He's already over 24 hours late. He said he'd stream yesterday, but no stream yesterday. How does it feel to get let down by the people you trust most? This is a valuable life lesson, okay? In a way, it's a greater lesson. It's more important information than anything I could convey in the stream, okay? You're out here on your own. You're born alone and you die alone, okay? I'm just trying to get you ready for the world outside. You wouldn't get it. What's up? I always knew that Vosh bad. Well, then you were always ready. I heard, Ruben sneeze. Where are you? Hello! You meowing? What are we meowing about? What are we meowing about, little man? Do we have opinions? Do we have opinions? Who's this guy? Oh, you're so sleepy. Mwah. And wants to escape. Do you want to escape? Mwah. You want to run around? Yes. Oh, guy. All right. Oh my god. Yo, Vosh, you watch / cover this video discussing the butterfly revolution of the tech oligarchs? No? Dark Gothic Manga. Why is everyone recommending I watch this video? Is this like a psyop? Every once in a while, a YouTube video comes out and like 10 people show up in chat and they're like, have you seen this? And it's like, I never cover random videos. Just like just random YouTube videos so I can listen to another person's opinion and go like, yeah, okay. So where does it come from? You need to watch this video. I have no idea what the video is. That's fair. You used to, right? No, not really. It's actually usually pretty bad content. That's like XQC shit. Like you just put on a video that you're just gonna watch it and go like, yeah, I agree. No, it's really good as a rundown of the tech monster. Yeah, but I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna go like, yeah, I agree. Wouldn't you? Shouldn't you just watch the video? Who's the video even by? Some small channel. Blonde Politics Silly Serious, you know? Usually when these videos pop off, it's better that they're from a small channel. That's like a higher... That's a greater indicator of quality. Isn't that Pixel Mixel's friend? I don't know. You tell me. Is it? Exercise a little bit of editorial authority, you know? Let me know. Trump get another L from the EU. So much shit is happening, man. I can't cover it all. Before you start, a small heads up. If Greece explodes, know that I always loved your cats. The super volcano in Santorini is shifting. You live in Greece? Huh. So what's your latest Peloton record? Blosh, you're on thin ice. I don't want to hear any more lip from you. Oh, sorry, my fucking... Look at chat. Goddamn. Oh. Neck sore. Just say you know Blosh is Kenneth Allen Cook. Son of a bitch nuts. It is, isn't it? They talk exactly the same. That's gotta be it. Caught your ass. The reason people are recommending tech oligarchy ideology like Butterfly Revolution is because people have unearthed the batshit libertarian fascist ideology of Jarvis Curtin that is behind Peter Thiel and J.D. Vance's thinking. I guess I don't know. It's good that people understand how crazy these guys are, but I feel like I've been talking about it for so long. I mean, I don't mean to be like, you know, a dipshit about it. Like, why doesn't everyone else be a Marxist? You know, or whatever. Nothing like that. It's just like, how to take them this long to learn about Yarvin. No. Now you're being a bitch about it. That's not the point. The point's not to be a bitch about it. The point's to be not a bitch about it. Okay. We can't hold off on this forever. It's an insane amount of news. We're covering this shit day by day. Yeah, so Donald Trump bitched out. He cucked out. You're not going to believe it. Nothing ever happens, believers. Well, kind of. I'm not necessarily saying you're winning. I like how even CNN, even the hack, you know, like faux centrist, establishment complacent media outlet CNN has a thumbnail where Claudia is delighted and Trump looks like he's tired, you know, because it's pretty indicative. So basically, after saying, and he said this very explicitly, Donald Trump said, there was nothing Canada, Mexico, or China could do to forestall the tariffs. And then, as of this morning, after agreeing to send 10,000 National Guardsmen to the Mexican border, Claudia Sheinbaum managed to get Trump to back off the tariffs for a month. Hold a pause on them. Which is such an insane walk back. Mexico has to put troops in the border. Who cares if Mexico puts troops in the border? Deploying 10,000 National Guardsmen does nothing. You're already paying for the National Guardsmen. You're not building infrastructure over there.
President Donald Trump just announced he will pause the 25% tariffs on Mexican imports. We have reporters in Mexico City and in the North Lawn of the White House. Let's go straight to CNN's Valeria Leon in Mexico City for the latest. Valeria, midnight was the deadline here where tariffs were supposed to be implemented. They're not now. Why?
So in a surprising shift, tariffs on Mexican goods are now on pause after President Sheinbaum and President Trump reached an agreement. So rather than presenting today Mexico's response to the Trump administration tariffs, President Sheinbaum confirmed that she had a conversation with President Trump this morning, what she described as a long call of 45 minutes to talk about immigration issues and the interest that both countries have in reducing fentanyl consumption. Both governments reached an agreement to secure the border.
So CNN is obviously whitewashing this to Trump's benefit. You have to understand, okay? Mexico is doing nothing here. Putting 10,000 Mexican National Guardsmen on the border does nothing. It does nothing to stop the flow of fentanyl, which comes in through ports of entry via legal U.S. citizens who bribe guards or have like ongoing deals with police and customs to allow them to get through, or they just smuggle it in normally. The guards, they're not spending any more money. They're not using any more infrastructure. They're literally just shuffling troops around. You know, the cost of moving the guardsmen up there is going to be paltry in comparison to the cost of the tariffs. You know, what the tariffs would have cost Mexico. They already have guys up there, you know? And unlike the United States, where every single time you move any soldier anywhere, you spend $50 trillion because you're not allowed to do anything via the government. You have to do everything via contractors. In Mexico, you're just moving guys up there. But people are going to say that's a Trump win. Okay, then say it's a Trump loss. So what? So the right's going to lie? Wow, what a shocker. That's incredible. It's only on pause for a month, you know? Donald Trump's, he's going to keep waving this flag over and over and over and over again. You know? Like, oh, well, this month, what's going to happen? Well, this month, what's going to happen? Claudia Sheinbaum is a smart woman, and Mexico seems ready to deal with the long-term consequences of this administration. They're ready, okay? It's really just a matter of how much time they're giving themselves. If anything, my guess would be that Claudia is going to use the extra month to better shore up the Mexican economy and prepare for the inevitable tariffs. Is the no guns flowing into Mexico promise a smokescreen? That shit ain't never gonna happen. I'm sorry. Stopping the flow of guns? Dude, the illegal trafficking of firearms is happening all over the world. Mexico has a gigantic contiguous border with the United States, the largest firearms manufacturer in the world. There is absolutely no way that shit is ever gonna happen. No shot. Musk announced USA got axed completely. Cool, that's the next segment. What if we did them one at a time, you know? I know some of you Dr. Manhattan motherfuckers in chat are living in time, you know, Slaughterhouse 5 individuals are existing in all times simultaneously. I'm sorry, it's kind of a disability of mine. I sort of take time like one moment at a time, you know? So I'm kind of here and then I'm there. I'm hoping you can join me for a bit, kind of step down to my level for a little bit.
Mexico
This MF follows linear time. This white boy eating beans.
has agreed on deploying
Hate
national
it when I, a white man, go to the theater and a bunch of black teenagers sit down and then get up and leave, and then they turn around watching me still looking at the opening credits, and they're like, this white boy, is he not finished the movie yet? Is he experiencing time linearly? Hey, yo, check this guy out. And I'm like crying, you know?
guards to the Mexico-U.S. border, and the Mexican president said that she asked Trump to cancel tariffs on Mexican products, which Sheinbaum said that Trump agreed to. Mexico's economy minister, Marcelo Ebrard, will be in charge of this negotiation with U.S. government officials. Let's put the tariffs on pause forever. That's what Mexico's president suggested to Trump this morning, but they agreed to pause tariffs for 1 month. Part of the agreement, she explained, has to do with the U.S. government committing to reducing the traffic arms into Mexico.
This is not going to happen.
Valeria Leon,
that being said, I have to say it does make Trump look extremely weak that the tariffs that he's been dick-waving about for so long were apparently paused on a mutual negotiation. Like, you understand that from like America is a massive and powerful country, so to say nothing's going to change these tariffs are happening no matter what, nothing's going to stop them, and then for Trump to say, okay, I'll pause them for a month, not only on the condition of 10,000 National Guardsmen being brought up to the Mexican side of the border, but also like, yeah, I guess we'll try to reduce firearm trafficking as well. Like, it's so... The 10,000 border guard thing has been done by every administration. Yeah, because it's easy to do. You already have the troops. Unless you're doing the American thing where every time you do anything, you have to fire up the Ospreys. You have to like pay the contractors or whatever. You're paying the troops here. You're paying the troops there. You're not building anything new. You're not like investing in a new department or expanding customs or whatever else. You're just sending troops up there. You know what a National Guardsman can do at the border? Have photos taken of them. That's the limit of their authority. I mean, couldn't Trump use the National Guard? He has. They don't do anything. They can't do anything. We lost 3 Ospreys moving troops to the border. We actually suffered immense casualties bringing troops to the border. I don't like that Mexico is pausing, but Canada isn't. Yeah, funnily enough, it looks like the Canada tariffs are still on, which is so funny. Okay, it looks like they're slated to speak at noon. I guess we'll see what happens. I've heard some people saying they don't... Dude, we can't... It's so funny, man. It's so fucking funny, dude. I don't think the Canada tariffs are funny. Thank you for letting me know, Canadian Jables. Listen, okay, I'm an accelerationist now. I want this shit to burn down. You have to understand, though, that even if nothing happens, something still happened. The United States is irreparably damaging its reputation with nations abroad. Remember how during the first Trump administration, most other nations were like, okay, he's crazy, but like, we're going to grit our teeth and try to keep this going. We are 2 weeks into this administration. I don't think that's happening this time. The EU and individual members of the EU already like saying, no, we're ready. We're fucking ready for a trade war. Everyone is immediately sick of this shit, you know? Like it's there's not the same level of like kowtowing and complacency. Canada is fired up. Mexico is ready. Canada's doubling down. Canadian tariffs are not going away. They've canceled a $100 million contract with Starlink. Are now diverting all aluminum exports to Europe. That's so based. That's so based, man. Keep it going. Keep it going. Keep it going. Claudia Scheinbaum's like, oh, you paused the tariffs? Well, we didn't. Oh, you're giving us a month pause on the tariffs? Well, ours still roll out on the 4th. So we're already ready for it, you know? I'll never make fun of Canada ever again. I will, but like, I'll put some respect in the name. This morning I saw a homeless person climb up a flagpole and pull down an American flag. People are very mad here in Canada. Masagui, if I knew you were Canadian, I would listen to you less. You've given away the game. Was it worth it for the one post? I'm an immigrant? I don't know what that means. As an American, if you're in America, you're an American. And if you're not in America, you're not an American. I don't know what that means. Chad has been calling Mexico weak. I think people who have any problem with what Mexico has done are fundamentally misunderstanding the nature of this dynamic. Mexico has lost nothing. Literally nothing. Moving 10,000 National Guardsmen? Nothing. They already have guardsmen up there. It's nothing. No loss whatsoever. Meanwhile, the Trump administration is blustering and desperately trying to build a narrative off of this while understanding that the actual economic consequences of tariffs to Mexico would be ruinous. Yeah, but Trump's going to spin it as a win. Trump could slam his dick in a car door and spin it as a win. Have you not been paying attention over the past 10 years? You could say that about anything. Like, don't be preemptively defeatist, you know? Like, you know, Donald Trump shit himself live during a White House press briefing. He was in the Oval Office and he shat himself. It was a loud, wet shit. You saw little brown specks fly everywhere. But he's going to spin this as a sign of confidence. Like, he's so confident, he doesn't need to get up and use the restroom. Like, he'll just do it there. That's like some LBJ shit, you know? He's winning. Like, yeah, okay, don't kowtow to their framing immediately, you know? Are immigrants at the border not in greater harm now that there will be 10,000 plus troops? National Guardsmen at the border are a virtue signal. The National Guardsmen, both Mexican and American National Guardsmen, do not have access to the legal or logistical pathways that ICE or Border Guard or whatever else would use to deal with migrants, immigrants, illegal crossers, whatever. Like, they don't have the ability to do any of that. They're literally just there to look spooky. I mean, they can like literally. Remember how when New York deployed National Guardsmen to the MTA, they just sat there playing Candy Crush on their phones, and anytime there was a fare crosser or whatever, they wouldn't do anything. They would call a policeman. Have you ever seen a video of a National Guardsman apprehending somebody for fare evasion in the MTA? Once. Have you seen a single video of it? No, because they can't. That's not their job. They're a National Guardsman. What are they doing with fare crossers? All they can do is say, hey, cop, someone's fare evading over here. I saw people in the grocery store today stopping each other going, don't buy that, that's American, it's very surreal. Honestly based.
Thanks so much. I want to turn to CNN's Kevin Liptak, who joins me now from the North Lawn at the White House. Kevin, There was also a call with Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau this morning. We haven't heard of any pause there, but there is supposed to be another one this afternoon. Is this just a bilateral Mexico-U.S. thing, or do we expect another pause also applying to the Canadians?
Yeah, at this point, this only applies to Mexico. And I'll tell you, after that phone call with Justin...
So now boycotts work, huh, Vosh? Well, that's not really necessarily the same as a boycott. That's more of a general, like, that's not company targeted. That's more of a, like, broad national, like, aid to tariffs kind of deal. But yeah, like, in some contexts they can. Kind of different circumstances. Slight difference between Canada having a nationalist revival in opposition to American fascism and people saying, if you buy anything from Nestle or any of their 100,000 subsidiary companies, I will dox your family and post a photo of your house to Twitter. You know, like there's just a slight tonal difference, I think, but you know, you can parse it if you want. Buy Canadian has good resources. There are some good, I'm speaking from a clothing perspective, but like Canada actually has a pretty robust domestic industry, you know? Obviously a lot of the stuff that Canada's known for clothing wise are like boots, winter gear, you know, of course it's Canada, right? It's cold up there. But they've got, you know, they're definitely not like ultra reliant on imports the way some countries are. They're resource rich, they've got land, you know?
Trudeau, officials I talked to on the Canadian side were not all that optimistic about a last-minute reprise from these tariffs. But of course, they have scheduled up this follow-up conversation at 3 p.m. Eastern time, and it remains to be seen whether Trump will extend the same 1-month pause on those 25% tariffs on Canada as he did on Mexico. One thing that we've heard from officials this morning is that the negotiations with the Mexicans that occurred throughout the weekend were going much better than the conversations were going with the Canadians. We heard that from...
Is moose meat cheap? No one eats moose meat because hunting them is so dangerous, you know? For every one moose you fell, you lose like 17 hunters. It's very dangerous.
Kevin Hassett, one of the top economists here at the White House earlier this morning. Now, I think the big question is whether or not this is a huge surprise. You know, we did hear from Donald Trump just last night that he didn't expect anything dramatic to come out of these telephone calls. But on the other hand, look at those numbers on the screen. The stock market, at one point, the Dow Jones Industrial Average was down almost 600 points this morning. Donald Trump is attuned to...
The stock market fell a little bit, not a huge amount. I imagine it's going to start to recover now that people know there's a 1-month pause with Mexico. But keep in mind, like, and I guarantee you, you have to understand this, okay? No matter what rhetoric games they play, no matter how much they're like dancing around it in the public eye, there are literally millions of people all around the world that are waking up chuckling and going, he wouldn't actually launch a trade war with his closest trading partners, would he? For no reason? He wouldn't actually. It's just a bargaining tactic, right? But what you have to remember is, and maybe some people are kind of betting on this being used as a rhetoric game, you're still losing by playing this game. America is unambiguously the aggressor here, okay? By distancing itself from its allies, and God, I'm going to talk about USAID, okay? We'll get to USAID. But, like, we are losing right now. Right now, what is Mexico losing? Nothing. What is Canada losing? Nothing. They're the good guys here. Meanwhile, literally all of our allies all around the world, Brazil, the EU, everyone are looking at us and going, we're ready too. Like, whatever, you want to fuck around? Okay. Yeah, you're a big economy. We're a big economy too. Let's see how it goes. Let's find the fuck out. Who do you think is more resistant to price shocks and hardships? Okay, Brazil, hailing from a continent where fucking double-digit inflation numbers are relatively common, where people live in their favelas and they have one motorcycle to maintain, or America, where people kill themselves if they can't get like 16 sweet treats from Temu every day. You know, I don't know. I don't think America has the sauce for this one.
Nothing more than the stock market, and I think there was a sense, at least among some of his outside allies, that he was looking for an off-ramp here. Now, one of the big questions in this tariff battle is what exactly Trump was looking for from Canada and Mexico. That had been a point of extreme frustration among Canadian and Mexican officials. What quantifiable metric did he want to see them take in order to ease off these tariffs? You know, just on Friday, Friday, a delegation of Canadian officials was here at the White House meeting with Donald Trump's border czar. They were supposed to meet around 4 p.m. Donald Trump at 4 p.m. says he wasn't looking for any concessions. So there was an incredible amount of confusion. Today, this morning...
Again, like shit like this, none of this is a win. It doesn't even matter whether or not, like, Trump's popularity declines from it. There are broader consequences to this.
I think we are getting a good idea of what he's looking for, which is troops on the border, 10,000 troops on the border that Mexico says it will send to try and cut down on those fentanyl flows. Phil.
We'll see what...
I hope Claudia sends more fentanyl. I know it doesn't work that way, but, you know, like spite move.
Canada offers in their negotiations, obviously 10% tariffs also on China. No indication right now of any calls there. Kevin Liptak, Valeria Leon, thanks so much. It is important to note that tariffs, as I noted, on China and Canada have not been paused, at least at this moment. That might explain some of the market reaction. We've seen a pop, but not an entirety of a turnaround. CNN business correspondent Vanessa Yurkevich joins me now. Do we expect a complete rebound here?
I think investors are being cautiously optimistic. This news, obviously, of this pause on tariffs with Mexico has encouraged investors, and you've seen markets recover just a little bit. They were down almost 2%, all of them, earlier this morning. But we've seen a pop. We've seen a recovery. But if you look at specific stocks, specific industries that were expected to be targeted with these tariffs, you see a mix. You see General Motors down over 2%. You see...
I'll see how things go with Canada. Anyway, that's enough CNN dick waving. Just look at the tone from the Truth Social post from Donald Trump on this. I just spoke with President Claudia Sheinbaum of Mexico. It was a very friendly conversation wherein she agreed to immediately supply 10,000 Mexican soldiers on the border separating Mexico and the United States. I really like that. On the border separating Mexico and the United States. Like, clarify, you know. She didn't mean like their southern border. These soldiers will be specifically designated to stop the flow of fentanyl and illegal migrants into our country. We further agreed to immediately pause the anticipated tariffs for a one-month period, during which we will have negotiations headed by Marco Rubio, Scott Bessent, and Howard Lutnick, and high-level representatives of Mexico. I look forward to participating in these negotiations with Claudia Sheinbaum as we attempt to achieve a deal between our two countries. Please remember, 4 days ago, he was saying nothing could stop these tariffs. A little bit of a tone difference in this post, don't you think? Just a little bit? I'm not trying to, like, you know, overanalyze or anything. It's just like, you get me. There are consequences to this shit. Greenland to ban foreign political donations amid Trump interest. God. EU ready to react to unnecessary and stupid tariffs threatened by Trump, leaders say, as it happened. Like, in heading the news in all of our allies, every country that is allied to the United States right now, they're calling us retarded, which we are. So maybe they should call us cucks too. And I haven't even talked about USAID yet. There's no we, bro. I didn't vote for this retard. I'm sorry. This isn't 2017, okay? We can't do that. We're all morally culpable now. We're playing Risk over here. We're playing Civ, okay? We're past that now. We're all on the retard ship, okay? We're the Hitler now, precisely. Bro, it was 1.5%. There's no we. All right. People in Canada are talking about joining the EU. No, yeah, I wouldn't expect that happens. As funny as that would be, I wouldn't expect that happens. Maybe everything that I said about NATO, like expanding to encompass the whole world, is just going to happen with the EU. Like the EU is going to eventually encompass like every nation except for America, but maybe Russia and China, basically. Yeah, the not my president bullshit is cringe lib shit. But like we're basically on like a giant Like, we're all passengers on a giant, like, war machine that's rolling over the earth, trampling people. So, like, I just feel like we shouldn't be dedicating too much breath to, like, hey, I'm not at the cockpit, you know? Like, people know. They can see, like, if somebody accuses you of having voted for Trump, you didn't. You can say, like, I didn't. If somebody says, hey, you're the pilot, like, you can say, no, I'm not. That's not true. But the last thing, like, a Palestinian child hears before being ground to mulch underneath the treads of the war machine that we're currently on is like, hey, just so you know, I'm not piloting it. Like, okay. They can see you're on top of the war machine, not in the war machine. They understand you're just along for the ride. I'm just saying it's not, you know, it's not necessarily relevant or necessary. There was some really stupid online discourse of baby lefty Americans crying and begging Canadians not to counter-tariff them because they didn't personally do anything wrong, and they got replied to with 500 slurs from Canadians. Good. Listen, okay, you know how Trump supporters are going to cope, and they're going to say, like, paying higher prices is patriotic? I'm making that point, but from the other perspective, okay? Weathering the storm as America burns is virtuous, okay? As a American leftist, as when the prices rise and everything gets worse and the American empire kind of comes, like, you know, shaking at the knees, crumbling down, you like, that's your patriotic duty now. You know what I mean? You're out there being like, yes, $22 for a dozen eggs. Excellent. I will weather any hardship if it means America crumbles into dust. Absolutely. Better attitude to take, you know? Not even Grassley can take this shit. Yeah, he wants his potash. We get so much potash from Canada. We get, like, all our potash from Canada. It's like a fertilizer thing, right? Yeah, high prices on fertilizer. I don't know. I'm sure Kowalski's going to show up in 8 seconds to tell me what for. It's called pot ash? That's stupid. That's fucking stupid. And I'm angry at you now. Who said that? Girl with a guitar? Any last words? They're right? When did I say they're wrong? Oh, man. Oh, let me send that off to the slave minds. Parentheses, my editors. I saw Shu's video she posted the other day. She said you need to go back and watch her video on why the Democrats lost. No woman can tell me what to do. And she should know that. I know what kind of lifestyle she leads. I almost fucking hit the stop streaming button right there. Jesus Christ. I meant to hit stop record so I could send the segment off. Drops my... That would have been such a fucking funny last thing to say before accidentally hitting the end stream button. Jesus Christ. Yeah, we got a lot to talk. Guys, we have like 50 segments to do. Don't worry, we'll get to them, okay? Just hold on. Vashis Das, how many times have you linked that? Let's find out. Let's find out together. Oh, that's right. The stock command isn't working. Shut the fuck up. I know it's been more than once. You can't fool me. You all need to watch yourselves. Why did I hit this button? Trump buys asylum agreement with El Salvador to deport migrants there. The Trump administration is developing an asylum agreement with El Salvador's government that would allow the U.S. to deport migrants to the Central American country who are not from there. Oh, Sorry, we rolled the dice. Random Latin American immigrants. You're getting rolls dice. You're getting El Salvador. Oof. Getting a damn penal colony up in here. Thank you, Nuts. Look in their prison system. Do you watch my stream? We know about their prison system.
Because closest neighbors, allies, and
major new tariffs that could increase prices for goods imported from America's 3 largest trade.
Did you see about USAID being shut down? I'm going to shit your pants. Shut up. We're 34 minutes into the stream. I take 1 day off.
Partners. President Trump's plan to impose these new tariffs on Canada, Mexico, and China is set to take effect at midnight tonight. And it's targeting swift retaliation, or it's drawing swift retaliation.
That's great.
The new tariffs apply to fruits.
And we're not going to allow that.
The steep new taxes on...
Okay, this is just about the fucking tariffs, not even about the El Salvador. Okay. The plan, if finalized, would revive an agreement the first Trump administration brokered with El Salvador's government, though that accord was never implemented and was eventually terminated by Joe Biden's administration. A safe third country agreement could be a significant breakthrough for the Trump administration's aggressive immigration plans, allowing it to deport migrants from different countries, including Venezuela, that limit or outright reject U.S. deportation of their citizens. You know what? You know what I think? You know what I think? I think it's great. Okay? El Salvador is going to become a multicultural haven. That's what I think, all right? It's a very small country. We're sending all these people over there. We're going to create Brazil too. It's happening. That's Colombia. We can have lots of Brazils. Hasn't El Salvador's crime dropped significantly since the crackdowns? Yes. Look, okay, this is like the one. El Salvador was in such a bad position that a police state was preferable to how it was before. Like that's all. That's like that. It's just one of those things people banty about where it's like, well, did you know the prisons are inhumane and a lot of people got arrested without trial and a lot of those people are... Yes. But things were so bad in El Salvador that this is better than how it was before. Are things good now? No. Bukele is a fascist, and he acts like it, and a lot of innocent people get hurt. It's just things were so bad before. Isn't it kind of questionable? Like there's evidence of corrupt dealings between the government and gangs? Well, yeah, of course. How else do you deal with gangs? Non-corruptly? Bukele's a crypto bro? Yeah, all fascists are. They love that shit. The White House said Mr. Trump and Bukele spoke on the phone on Thursday and discussed working together to stop illegal immigration and crack down on transnational gangs like Tren de Aragua. That's great, man. Talking to El Salvador. Jesus. Marco Rubio is scheduled to visit in early February. Incredible. Spoke with Bukele, but not Trudeau. Yeah. Well, let's see how they're doing on that front. How are we doing on the mass deportation front? Oops. Trump administration has already released some immigrants back into the U.S. after touting aggressive crackdown. Oh, turns out it's not so easy to engage in the world's largest mass deportation in all of human history, basically. Turns out it's pretty difficult, actually. We're doing catch and release shit. What if we had sound with our video? I don't like the sound. I wanted sound, but what did I get? Oh, this is the same fucking cringe. Listen, they're literally attributing the footage to the DOD. This is this one clip you've seen a million times. I can tell. You know why I can tell? You're going to make fun of me. I recognize the pants and jackets on these motherfuckers, okay? The one goddamn shot of them loading up at the plane, this is from like 2 weeks ago. It's propaganda from the DOD. Some of the 8,000 migrants arrested under the Trump administration deportation crackdown have already been released back into the United States, according to a report. That's so funny. I'm going to become one of those liberals who's like, Trump hasn't even arrested as many brown people as Biden did. Hashtag losing. About 8,000 people since Trump took office. Now an NBC News report details how some have already been released back into the U.S. with federal court systems to blame. Thank you, independent.co.uk, for the fascist propaganda. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. With federal court systems to blame, I think what you meant to say was the rule of law, due process. Sorry, your Hitler plan got interrupted by a little thing called the court system. An ICE spokesperson said the federal court cases limit how long ICE can hold people indefinitely if their countries refuse to take them back. Oh, what an insane overreach of the bureaucratic power of federal courts. You're not allowed to indefinitely hold people forever? You can't just put people in a hole in the ground forever and ever and ever? Oh, man. These damn federal courts, you know, who are to blame for Trump not getting to deport more people. The agency's federal law enforcement officers do everything they can to keep our communities safe, the spokesperson told the outlet. In some cases, ICE is required to release certain arrested aliens from custody. The agency has not released data on how many of the arrests under Trump remain in custody or have been deported. I love that transparency. Like, they're acknowledging they have to turn people over, but they're like, they're not even saying how many they have to turn back. Remarkable. They will trebuchet them over the wall. It's cheaper. It's pretty funny, though. I can't believe federal courts won't let me send people to the oubliette. Yeah, no kidding. It's difficult, as it turns out, these mass deportations, you know? Because ICE is a federal agency, you're basically working entirely through the federal system. There are only so many federal, like the apparatus through which you have to move, you know, there's just a limit. There's a limit to the flow of the pipe, you know? You have a throughput limit. How expensive is it per plane? Every time the Department of Defense flies a plane for any reason, they have to give Lockheed $1 billion. Cost of labor, several $1,000s. Cost of fuel, tens of thousands of dollars. Cost of maintenance, tens of thousands of dollars. Cost of the fealty, the tithe that we pay private corporations for the privilege of getting to use U.S. DoD-owned vehicles being piloted by Department of Defense officials and employees, billions. I work in MIC as an engineer for Raytheon. It's incredibly expensive. That's great. Your name should be yellow. Engineer for Raytheon. You have a lot of fucking reparations to get through, okay? Always on that grind. Ken Klippenstein would be proud. DoD engineers are not the one making the money? Well, no, of course not. Contractors are. But they said Raytheon. That's not the DoD. Trump signs an executive order to start the process of creating an American sovereign wealth fund. Great. We're Saudis now. We Saudis now. This is a great thing to do when we're like 50 billion. Sorry, I said 50 billion. Normally I just default to the billions when I want to use a big number. $50 quadrillion in debt. There we go. What's a sovereign wealth fund? It's something that you give kings to dick around with. You know, like let them build big buildings and stuff.
Thank you, sir. Next, this is an executive order discharges your Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, and your Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick, to begin a process that will hopefully result in the creation of an American sovereign wealth fund.
The point of this is just to kick more money to corporations.
It's a very exciting event. We're going to have a sovereign wealth fund, which we've never had. We have a lot of things that create wealth, and you're seeing that over the last 2 weeks. I think we've created more wealth. Other people have created de-wealth. The people, my predecessors, we're creating a lot of wealth. Scott, maybe you'd like to say something about it, and I'd ask also Howard to say something about it.
Yes, sir. This is very exciting. We're going to stand this thing up within the next 12 months. We're going to monetize the asset side of the U.S. balance sheet for the American people. We're going.
Thank you, sir.
No, that's it. We're just cutting that off midway. Yeah, this is just another way of pulling money into a big fund that he can use to say, like, with this glorious sovereign wealth fund that I have been pouring money from your taxes into, we now have the ability to pursue unique, innovative projects, like me investing $1 trillion into, I don't know, AI or some bullshit. Like, it's creating like a presidential pocketbook, you know? Isn't this straight up a way to bypass Congress's power of the purse? Congress doesn't have that anymore. Have you heard about what happened to USAID and the Department of Treasury? Congress basically doesn't exist anymore. Like unitary executive theory happened. They did it with no time and no pushback. It happened immediately. Congress basically just exists now to, like, facilitate, you know, legislative bureaucracy. We are so defaulting on our debt. Oh, man. When the signs of that start coming up, when you hear, oh, man, when Donald Trump starts signing these EOs going, and the debt, they say no one could get rid of the debt. There is something we could do to get rid of the debt. I could get rid of the debt overnight or something. That's when you short everything. This is not financial advice. That's the pull your money out, buy gold, bury the gold, buy the ammunition, fucking wall up your windows. That's the big funny. That's the big funny. When he defaults on debt, we default in all of our student loans. If he defaulted on the debt, the student loans wouldn't matter that much, okay? Trust me. A lot of things that you were anxious about before would stop mattering, and a lot of new things you weren't worried about would suddenly become very important. Ruben keeps sneezing back there. What are you up to? I don't see him. He's invisible. Yeah, buy your beans and rice. Is Mexico accepting asylum seekers? Well, for one, yeah. For two, you can just move there. For three, the U.S. defaulting on its debt would collapse the global economy, not just America's. And for four, this hasn't happened yet. I'm talking about, I'm ignorant what would happen. If the U.S. defaulted on its debt, the global economy, it would be worse than the Great Depression. The Great Depression would be, it would have an effect on the world comparable to an exchange of nuclear fire between the Soviet Union and the United States. In fact, it's possible that that would actually be less destructive in the human life sense. Hello, Ruben. Anyway, Sovereign Wealth Fund. What do you keep sneezing for? Hold on one second. Hey. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, he wants to get into my room. No, like my room. Oof. Sorry. Editors cut that part out. Unless chat was saying something really funny. When was the last time you dusted your room? I don't want to talk about it. Details on how exactly the fund would operate and be financed were not immediately available. Oh, I bet. We're going to create a sovereign wealth fund. Okay, how will you pay for it? Next question. What will you spend it on? Next question. Trump previously said it could be funded by tariffs and other intelligent things. Typically, such funds rely on a country's budget surplus to make investments, but the U.S. operates at a deficit. Incredible. Okay, they're going to use it to buy TikTok. No, they're not. That's not happening. They're too busy asking Bernie about paying for Medicare for all. It really is like a great reminder that everyone who asked him how he would pay for it, what they were really saying was like, fuck you, old man, it's not happening. No matter what. Like, you will never, ever... Like, the problem has never been, does the U.S. government have the money for it? It does. It always will. It was obviously not what they were saying. Here's a chart of U.S. debt holders. Well, it's mostly domestic debt. The foreign debt hasn't increased very much over the past decade, which is probably good if we ever defaulted on it, which hopefully we don't, because that'd be pretty bad. Monetize the asset side of the country's balance sheet. It sounds like they're talking about liquidating the country's asset. They're not talking about anything because it doesn't mean anything. Monetize the asset side of the country's balance sheet. That means that, what if we paid for the sovereign wealth fund by using the money from the money we get? Thanks, man. Like, that's what that means. Yeah, is it possible to have a negative sovereign wealth fund? What if instead of accumulating wealth in it, he accumulates the debt and then he just closes the sovereign wealth fund? It's kind of like the monetary equivalent of Jesus Christ sacrificing himself to redeem all of mankind for its sins. What if we printed a single $30 trillion bill? Just one, and then handed it off. 53% of Americans predict the U.S. economy growing in the next 6 months. Well, yeah, Americans are stupid. Americans have always believed that Republicans are better on the economy for a wide variety of complicated and usually pretty stupid reasons. But if by growing you mean the stock market going up, like, I don't know, maybe. Like, the stock market's been going up constantly for as long as you've been alive, with only very, very small short-term dips. Do you feel economically secure? How do I invest in the Chinese stock market? You got to invest in real estate over there. I hear it's bopping right now. Don't actually do that. It's not bopping right now. Oh, yeah, I know. We're going to do the damn Treasury thing. U.S. to again withdraw from the UN Human Rights Council. Isn't this better than us being there while being really evil? Like, people are saying, oh, this is really bad. Isn't it better that America not be on the Human Rights Council? I don't know. I feel like we kind of shouldn't be there at all, you know? The actions come one day before Trump is set to meet Benjamin Netanyahu in Washington. That seems apropos. That seems fair. Sovereign Wealth Fund is privatization of public assets project. That's crazy. Why'd you have to repeat that like 5 times? I read it every time you said it. Why'd you keep repeating it? You think all caps going to get my attention? Well, it worked. Are you happy now? Good Lord. Has Vosh reacted to the dark gothic MAGA video from Blonde Politics? I want to ban you too, but you haven't done anything wrong. I want to. It's really tempting. Is it AI? I can't tell anymore. Got to get White Nervosa to update the website so that, like, every chatter is on video so I can know I'm talking to a human. No, you can fake that too. You have to enter your SSN in order to be a chatter. That's the only way from now on. Now that everyone's SSNs are public data anyway. What about non-American chatters? You were never valued. Also, like, legitimately, and I really mean this, who the fuck cares? What did Biden do while he was on the UN Human Rights Council? Like, meaningfully, what we're talking about here is Gaza, right? And everything that's happened is leading up to this anyway. Biden's dead, so who cares? That's probably true. Haven't heard a damn word from him. I'm sure there were good things done in Africa. Yeah, I guess we'll talk about... Yeah, we'll talk about... This is a bit of news that is so massive that it's kind of difficult to even, like, grasp. But basically, and I don't know how to put this, okay? Basically, right now, Elon Musk and a small group of Zoomer tech bros have entered the federal government and are directly tweaking with the levers of power. Congress no longer exists. Elon Musk is he's not even the president. He's like a god. He's like a sultan, perhaps. And he is just directly, illegally doing whatever he wants. One of the things he's doing is shutting down USAID. A bunch of USAID employees just can no longer access the server by which they, like, logged in and registered their work. There's no, like, legal process by which this is happening. It's just like he's just directly fiddled with the wires and shut it down. Like, that no one else is being given access to this. With what authority? He's the wealthiest man on earth.
We turn now to Elon Musk and what's being described as a hostile...
This is, by the way, like a coup. Like, this isn't legal, not that that matters. It's not constitutional, not that that matters. It is, without exaggeration, like a coup of the United States. Like, an impartial history book reading of this in the future will be like, and then with no pushback, the wealthiest man on earth stepped into the federal government and did whatever he wanted. Congress is trying to get into the USAID building. Yeah, and they're being blocked. Second coup in the last 4 years. No. The first one was a coup attempt. This is a coup. He won. They won. Like, when I said we don't have a democracy anymore, were people under the impression that I was being, like, euphemistic? They're just in the bit. Like, there's no procedural safeguard.
Takeover of a government agency. Musk has also been given access to the massive federal payment system, which includes...
He has not been given access. He seized control of it and fired the person who told him no, he couldn't access it.
Social Security payment information. ABC's Christian Cordero has the latest on this. Christian, good morning.
Andrew, good morning. Elon Musk accessing the federal payment system and taking over agencies is raising legal questions. At issue is funding already approved by Congress now on the chopping block. Overnight, sources confirming that Elon Musk has been given access to the U.S. Treasury Department's vast payment system. The move essentially puts the government's multi-trillion-dollar checkbook in the hands of the world's richest man, and his message about wasteful government spending has been clear.
Your money is being wasted, and the Department of Government Efficiency is going to fix that.
How much do you think?
This is fascist propaganda, by the way. The framing of this as anything other than a coup is fascist propaganda. That's objectively what it is. There's literally no ambiguity about it. It's legally a coup. It's definitionally a coup.
So, Rev, we also have some breaking news this morning. We talked earlier in the show about USAID, its uncertain fate. We've just confirmed an email went out early this morning to staff saying, do not come in. Headquarters will be closed this morning. You are to work remotely. And Elon Musk is saying in his spaces last night, said that Donald Trump agreed with him to shut down the entire agency. Congress should have a say in there. They've been mute so far. Give us your reaction, though, as we know what good, both strategically and in terms of humanitarian terms, this agency does. Today, it's not open.
Strategically, it is very detrimental to the interests of the country.
I want to talk about that, too, how shutting down USAID hurts America, like, enormously. But first, you have to get, like, this isn't the only thing that's taken place here. But, like, again, you got to understand, Musk has no security clearance relevant to this, and neither are the people that he's with. He literally just walked in there, did what he wanted. No one can get in. He's untouchable. I'm trying to think of an example or like a comparison that'll suit the minds of the kind of people who watch me. He's like a celestial dragon from One Piece. Does that work? Like, that's the level we're talking about. Like, yeah, he's going in there, plugging in external hard drives. He's setting up private servers at the Department of the Treasury. Like, we're talking about a level of authority here that exceeds it's mafia shit. No. That's so far below what's happening. Like, we are experiencing like the American equivalent of when media went dark in Russia and people woke up to see Putin was president. Like, we're talking about like a I don't even know. Like, I don't even know what the appropriate comparison would be. Marco Rubio is taking over USAID, but apparently he's delegated that authority, immediately delegated it, which means in practice, this is like the co-opting of the coup. Like, this is the Trump administration going like, Elon has done the damage, now we're here to pick up the pieces and like, sweep it under the rug. Elon broke it, now we're here to like establish. Elon Musk lays out plans for Doge's cost-cutting and late-night freewheeling conversation on Twitter. That's great. Jesus, man. On Twitter. I guess I don't know. I don't really know how to describe it, to be honest with you. Donald Trump defends granting Elon Musk access to payment systems of the U.S. Treasury. So yeah, the way that Elon is like directly tapping into this is that he couped the Treasury Department. In the Treasury Department, the job of the Treasury Department, among other things, is to handle the disbursement of money from the United States federal government, which is trillions of dollars every year. Elon now has direct access to that. He's setting up external servers. Other people with no security clearances are in there. They have access to Social Security data, medical records, financial records. All the information the Treasury Department has is now held by a collection of private individuals handpicked by Elon Musk who have infinite power within the Treasury Department to do whatever they want or allocate funds however they want.
numbers.
Why is it important for Elon Musk to have access to the payment systems at Treasury?
Well, he's got access only to letting people...
Isn't this much worse than whatever Putin does? Yeah, it is. Like, people are saying it's Russia now. No, that's not even close. Russia is controlled by oligarchs, but Russia, like, in a functional sense, like, you have a lot of graft and corruption at the top level, but Russia operates, like, the departments operate as they're meant to. This would be like if there was some random oligarch who was above Putin, but had no official authority, who just wandered in and did whatever he wanted, and everyone else covered for him. It's like a level, it goes beyond just oligarchy. It's like a level of institutional corruption and complacency and vulnerability that goes beyond...
People go that he thinks...
It's more corrupt than, like, Russia or China. I'll say that much. We're more in, like, I don't know, sub-Saharan African warlord territory. If we want to do the classic American thing where anytime things go bad in America, we're like, this is like when brown or black people have a thing, you know? Like, if we want to draw a comparison there, that's the thing I would point to.
So no good if we agree with him, and it's only if we agree with him. He's a very talented guy from the standpoint of management and costs, and we put him in charge of seeing what he can do with certain groups and certain numbers. Some of the numbers are horrible, what he's found. Think of it, $100 million on condoms to Hamas.
This is, I mean, obviously this is just a lie, but who cares? Remember when it was 50 million when Carolyn Levitt said it and she was lying then, but now it's 100 million?
Condoms to Hamas and many other things that are frankly even more ridiculous. And they're finding tremendous waste, really waste more than anything else, I think you could say. Probably fraud and abuse could be added to it, the more standard waste, fraud and abuse. But they're finding tremendous amounts of really...
Why is it important for Elon?
In case you're wondering how institutionally complicit the Trump administration is, right over here, from Edward Martin Jr. from the Department of Justice. Dear Elon, it was good to work with the Doge team this weekend. We must keep all our American government employees safe, and we must protect the American people's property. Anyone imperiling others violating our laws. I recognize that some of the staff at Doge have been targeted publicly. At this time, I ask you utilize me and my staff to assist in protecting the Doge work and the Doge workers. Any threats, confrontations, or other actions in any way that impact the work may break numerous laws. Remember, the Doge team is just a group of hand-picked yes men from Elon. They're not like workers or anything. They're literally just guys Elon brought in. So the Department of Justice is actively saying anyone who impedes you will go after. Let me assure you this, we will pursue any and all legal action against anyone who impedes your work or threatens your people. We will not act like the previous administration who looked the other way as the Antifa and BLM rioters, as well as thugs with guns, trashed our capital city. We will protect, he means BLM. We will protect Doge and the other workers no matter what. One other warning for you. Late last week, we indicted an economist who worked at the Fed for economic espionage for the communist Chinese. So that's about the level we're at. Clown world. We're it's a coup. Very unambiguously. Looks at China, perhaps I judge you too harshly. China's looking real good right now. If he becomes enough of a threat, do you think the FBI is going to step in? Are you looking at the document from the U.S. Department of Justice that we're looking at right now? They're purging the FBI right now. One of the senior officials at the FBI refused to hand over a list of everyone who was involved in the J6 investigations. So they're apparently doing like person-by-person interviews. Why hasn't American society collapsed if bro has full access? Why isn't he cutting everything? It's only been 2 weeks. It takes a long time to break something this big. But he's working on it. Wasn't Elon posting that he was like directly cutting funding to like the Lutheran Church because the Lutheran Church had gotten money from the federal government to process and integrate migrants and immigrants and stuff? They were ordered to reveal Jan 6 probes 3 p.m. today, or just 9 minutes ago. Oh, that's great. FBI staff ordered to reveal their role in Jan 6 probes by Monday. Oh, that's good. That's good. Okay, so that's like, that just happened. That's cool. So yeah, that's how things are going. This country does not have a future. Thousands of FBI agents worked on the J6 investigations. They were just assigned there. It wasn't like a choice they made. They're going after everyone. Here's an article about Elon Musk cutting payments to the Lutheran Church. Yeah. It's so, like, it's not even like, I don't know. This feels like Chinese century territory to me. You know what I mean? USAID constituted a tiny fraction of our budget, but it offered us immense power over the rest of the world. Look, giving food to starving children is great and all, and the people who worked for USAID were good people, but that's not why Congress funded it. Congress funded it because, as it turns out, America gets a lot of soft power from being able to single-handedly hold up humanitarian aid to like dozens of poor countries. It actually makes America like really good, and a lot of people lean on us for that. It's like the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative, but it was so low effort from our perspective. A few tens of billions a year, and we maintain global soft power hegemony. Now we don't even have that. Musk team is kids. They have like 5 years of experience all between them. Yeah, we'll talk about that. I feel like talking about them is going to be like a federal crime soon. It's literally like 19 to 24-year-olds. A lot of them are Nazis. And Elon banned somebody on Twitter for saying their names. That's one of them, by the way. He's dressed about how I would expect him to be. Elon's Discord kitten's true. Yeah, Elon has been having a conversation with Trump.
So you said
about
that
South
cut
Africa.
Aid from South Africa. Will you plan to cut aid across other African nations, and why South Africa?
No, it's only South Africa. Terrible things are happening in South Africa. The leadership is doing some terrible things, horrible things. So that's under investigation right now. We'll make a determination. And until such time as we find out what South Africa is doing, they're taking away land, they're confiscating land, and actually they're doing things that are perhaps far worse than that.
It's pretty likely the reason Elon hates USAID so much is because I think USAID might have had some role in getting rid of apartheid in South Africa. And Elon probably resents the fact that he thinks like black people took over his white boy country. But yeah, Trump did a Truth Social post about this. He was literally like, he was literally doing the like Lauren Southern 2017 bit of like, let's opine the plight of the Boer farmer or whatever, you know. Facebook boomer shit. I mean, it's about upholding global white supremacy. Elon's repeated and false claims over the years that authorities in his country of birth are anti-white and even encourage the killing of white people. Musk, a close Trump ally, has highlighted the law in recent social media posts and cast it as a threat to South Africa's white minority. South African here, sorry about our worst export, but the whole land grab and farm killing stuff is bullshit. You can literally just look up, like, wealth inequality along race in South Africa, or who owns how much land, and you'll instantly see, like, oh, the end of apartheid kind of failed, you know? They did not properly integrate. Like, reparation shit, you know? Or not reparation, sorry, reconstruction shit. Okay, we got to concentrate our focus a little bit here because so much stuff is happening that if we don't exercise a little bit of editorial authority, then it's just going to be like, look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. You know what I mean? We got to be a little bit more focused. I have like 50 million tabs lined up. Shit is moving fast, yeah. Massive protests have erupted in front of the USAID building following Trump and Elon's unlawful attempts to shut USAID down. Well, they're not attempts, they succeeded.
Frozen until a waiver was thrown together after the fact. Let me say that again. Prisoner guards overseeing thousands of ISIS combatants walked off the job. This is real life. This is frozen.
That's great, man.
Until a waiver was thrown together after the fact. Let me say that again.
There are still the offices overseas and embassies. Yeah, but you have to understand, like, Elon controls the disbursement of finances now. Like, Congress doesn't matter anymore. Frankly, neither does the presidency. Like, Elon is directly interfering in the disbursement of the finances.
Breaking overnight, workers at the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, in Washington were told to stay home.
Trump can still say no, fuck off, but that's about it. But he's in favor of it. He doesn't care.
This morning, the main office closed. They received an email shortly after midnight telling them, don't come in. This is the latest development on the future of USAID after both President Trump and, maybe more importantly, Elon Musk said it needed to be shut down.
It's been run by a bunch of radical lunatics, and we're getting them out. USAID.
Keep in mind, like, again, USAID has been supported in a bipartisan sense for decades. Like, USAID is a tool of American soft hegemony. Like, we fund it because it gives us power. Obviously, a lot of the people who work for USAID are nice humanitarians, and they're gay and they're nice and so on. But we do it because it gives us soft power.
Run by radical lunatics, and we're getting them out.
And I really do think the reason why they're talking about it this way and the reason why Elon went after it so directly is because of black people in South Africa. I really do think that. 100%.
We'll make a decision.
All right, let's get to CNN's Jennifer Hansler at the State Department for the latest on this. You helped break this news about the email overnight. What have you learned?
Well, John, this is just the latest in a string of developments that indicate that Trump intends to abolish the U.S. Agency for International Development. We had that notice that went out overnight to employees not to show up to headquarters. You heard those comments from Trump. And as you noted, Musk has also demonized the U.S. Agency for International Development. He has played an outsized role on this administration's decisions on federal agencies. And he hosted a Spaces on X overnight to go after the agency, criticizing it for alleged misuse of funds.
Not beating the shadow president allegations, you know? Man, my initial hope was that Elon might be irritating enough that it kind of bruised Trump's ego, but I don't think Trump has an ego anymore. Remember what I said a few streams ago? Like, my hope was that his ego would be volatile and it would cause issues because Elon's really fucking annoying. But it seems like Trump's just an empty puppet. You know, he might as well be like gone. There's like no point, basically. A broken mule. Exactly.
I'm Senator Andy Kim from New Jersey.
Kim!
About 20 years ago, when I first came to work for the federal
Progressive
government,
Victory fought to get this guy
these doors
elected.
right behind me. I was started off my career in public service at USAID. And I just have to say how proud I was to be able to serve the country, how proud I was to work for USAID, to be part of the foreign policy of this country. And I have to tell you, it was really tough today walking through these same doors 20-some years later, only to see it shut down to employees. Now, I got all weekend long, I was getting calls and phone calls from people that I worked with at USAID before, people that are there now, people who have been disrespected by this administration that pushes them to the side, basically calls them criminals, and tells them not to show up to work today. In fact, I went inside trying to speak to the acting administrator, Gray. Unfortunately, was not able to meet with him, and I'm going to continue to try today to be able to meet with the acting administrator because I want to hear straight from him.
This shit is so crazy it's hard to express. It is, and I again, like, I understand that I often engage in fanciful hyperbole because I think it's funny. I don't regret that at all. However, I do need people to understand that what's happening right now is, without exaggeration, the most insane coup to happen in the developed world in modern history. And I'm not exaggerating when I say that. In like a developed democratic country, this is the most by far, and that's not even close either. Like, nothing even remotely compares. The pace at which this administration is moving makes the Nazi takeover of Germany look slow and plodding by comparison. Hell, it makes Stalin's takeover after the death of Lenin look slow and plodding by comparison. We're 2 weeks in, and Elon literally brought in like a team of groomed groypers to fiddle with the direct strings of the U.S. Treasury, and they're shutting down. Like, nothing. There's just no comparison. America is the most cucked country in history. All this wealth and power, and all of it, what institutions? You know, it meant nothing. It meant nothing.
These are the orders that he gave. You know, you have mysterious people within this new administration sending out emails across the entirety of USAID telling them not to show up. I talked to the security guard. I talked to the security guard just in there. He said he has been given specific orders.
What's a short and sweet way to explain this to my non-political friends and family? A group of unelected, anonymous, no security clearance individuals handpicked by the world's wealthiest man have entered the federal government, fired everyone who stands in their way, and illegally and unconstitutionally seized power over the Department of Treasury in order to threaten agencies and bully them into non-existence by directly controlling the disbursement of funds without Congress, violating the constitutional role of Congress as the manager of the purse, and completely bypassing any political process. It would be no different than in a practical sense, it would be no different if a god stepped down from the heavens and just walked in and did what he wanted. That is how little institutional oversight there is. That's how removed from the process this is. It literally, you literally could just have Grand Vizier or the Sultan, Emperor step in. It doesn't matter. That's it. There's no comparison. It's unprecedented in American history. It's unprecedented in the history of the democratic West. In Western civilization, it might even be unprecedented. There have been dictatorships before. This is something else.
Orders to prevent employees of USAID from entering the building today. And I just find that to be absolutely ridiculous. This is no way to govern. This is no way to treat public servants. And this is no way for us to conduct our foreign policy as a country. So I just had to show up today, see it with my own eyes, the chaos of this administration and just their attacks upon public servants in our country.
What recourse does Congress have? It doesn't seem like any, Republican senators are really
speak up
about how this is being handled. Do you sort of foresee Congress taking any action to?
Well, I certainly hope Congress takes action because what is happening here is illegal. It is unacceptable to have a president try through executive power be able to reorganize or remove.
Do you think we'll even see fair midterms next year? We are currently in the running to not have an election in 2026, or to not have a meaningful one. Like, things are progressing so quickly and so violently that it, like, legitimately, right, if an election were to be held right now, it would not be a real one. Like, Elon could literally at this point just change the ballot total. Like, Elon could literally just walk in to Congress during the certification of the votes and say no. And that would be that. And the Republicans would agree with him.
USAID. This is an entity that was created through federal statute, codified through federal statute, and something that cannot be changed, cannot be removed except through actions of Congress. So the idea that they are moving forward in this way without any notification to us about trying to change federal statute, just shows how much of a power grab this is. So yes, I do hope that Congress, I certainly want to go back to the Capitol today, engage with my colleagues and see what
they could start disappearing opponents. I wouldn't be surprised if they started disappearing certain people soon. The DOJ is literally like drooling. That letter we just looked at with that guy who was like, Elon, anyone who stands in the way of your hand-picked Doge employees, I'll go after them. Anyone who impedes them. They have no legal authority to do anything. There's no legal pretext for defending their ability to do anything because everything they're doing is already illegal.
Stand up for the American people, stand up for our laws.
What message do you send to those employees that were not allowed or were escorted in and then escorted out? And we even heard from some of them that they are worried about the repercussions this could have worldwide.
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, I tell the staff of the...
Bosch is sensationalizing so much right now. You can tell yourself that. I understand that's like a comforting thing to believe in times like this, and there's nothing... I'm not really interested, I guess, in dispersing, or disabusing you of that notion. But, like, I don't know.
USAID, I'm sorry for what's happening to them. Guys, I'm sorry from the bottom of my heart. As someone who was so proud to work at USAID, my very first job in the federal government was right here at USAID, and the fact that these employees are being demonized.
Look at this asshole smart face.
Wait,
what the fuck will you say fuck him for?
It's a criminal organization from Elon Musk.
Senator Kim is fine.
The fact that they're being told not to show up, that the federal aid is being frozen, I mean, it's just such disrespect. They deserve better. They are public servants. They swear an oath to serve this country, and right now they are being treated as if they're the criminals.
Talking about this without proposing and showing the example of organization and protesting and direct action is kind of useless at best. That is, respectfully, you're about to get torn into. I'm going to read what you said out loud one more time so that people have context for the mean things I'm going to say to you. I mean, I kind of agree with this streamer. I have a name. Not that anyone uses it, that what is happening is pretty bad, but talking about this without proposing and showing the example of organization and protesting and direct action is kind of useless at best. You are virtue signaling. You are in a live streamer's chat. We are talking about the rapid collapse of the rule of order in the federal government. There's nothing your protests can do about it. It is literally beyond your power to do anything. Reporting on the news is virtuous in its own right. Knowing what is going on, that is a good thing. It is good to know. What, I have to amend everything that we learn about the collapse of this country has to be followed up with. And by the way, make sure to organize with your local Antifa group to disperse, food resources to those who needs it. Pizza parties at 5. Like, come on. You're virtue signaling. You want to think you're better than liberals. I see right through you. You're transparent to me. You're like a sheet of wax paper. Okay? You want to feel better than the liberals who are watching this and despairing. You know what? You're not. You're actually worse than them because at least they're honest. In their degree of participation and awareness, okay? You're out here pretending you're better than despairing over the news, and you're not.
If you want to change an agency...
Why are these motherfuckers so quiet?
Introduce a bill and pass a law. You cannot wave away an agency that you don't like or that you disagree with by executive order or by literally storming into the building and taking over the servers. That is not how the American system of government works. That's number one. Number two is, it is true that there will be suffering all over the world. There already is suffering all over the world as a result of this. But it's not just that. It's that instability from starvation and disease will visit us in the United States of America. There is a reason that USAID is an arm of American foreign policy, and it is...
I wish this was a little bit louder. There are a bunch of people protesting outside the closed USAID office, which is good. Is this the guy saying he'll withhold nominee or stall Trump nominees? Yes. Democratic senator says he'll stall Trump nominees until USAID is back. From Hawaii. Over the weekend, DOJ staffers forced their way into USAID's headquarters in Washington, gaining access to classified information and closing the building to employees on Monday. I still feel like people don't understand how insane this is. It's literally a group of civilians handpicked by an oligarch who forced their way in and won't let anyone else in. It's a total black box. We have no idea what's going on in there. They're setting up private fucking servers. They're connecting like outside servers to federal computers. What do you expect? Half this country thinks tariffs make things cheaper. Most of the country doesn't know what's going on right now. Oh, here's the guy who beat out AOC.
There, it is
the
lead
74-year-old
in the world,
with cancer.
and no one elected Elon Musk to dismantle it. We are going to fight in every way we can, in the courts, in public opinion, with the bully pulpit, in the halls of Congress, and here at AID itself. We are not going to let this injustice happen. Congress created this agency with the Foreign Assistance Act of 1961. And if you want to change it, you got to change that law. It is a matter of statute. It's a matter for Congress to deal with, not an unelected billionaire oligarch named Elon Musk.
That's great, man. Oh, Ilhan Omar was there. I mean, you saw her in the background.
We talked about
finally
Trump
a good volume.
Wanting to be a dictator on day one, and here we are. This is what the beginning of dictatorship looks like. When you gut the Constitution and you install yourself as the sole power, that is how dictators are made. What Trump and Elon and all of their cronies are trying to do is take away the constitutional power of Congress. We get to decide. We have the power of the purse. We get to decide where money is allocated, and it's the executive's power to make sure that that money gets to where it needs to get. When we talk about civil servants being let go,
do something about it then, Congress. Send in the Congressional Police or National Guard. Who do you think controls the National Guard? No, I'm sorry, but like look, you know I love me some Democrat criticism, but like we might be in a it's over kind of deal. Right now it's like the hope moving forward is that they break things so badly that it's not possible for them to govern. This is my accelerationist pledge.
We are talking about is not saving money. It's essentially saying they can get paid while they're home and their work doesn't get done on behalf of the American people. Right. It is us, taxpayers, who are being ripped off. It is us, taxpayers, who are not getting the resources that we paid into.
I hate that accelerationists were right. They weren't. They might be now, though. kind of a different dynamic. We knew you were an accelerationist. Shut up. 1 second. I gotta prep more segments for the editors. 1 second. Let me send another one off. Who are these mysterious editors? Pay better attention. People disgust me. It was an Elon joke? No jokes allowed. That's my job. It's an Elon joke, don't you remember? No jokes allowed. That's my job. Hey, Ryan. Yeah, the segment I sent, there were kind of two chunks of me talking about the USAID being taken over. I don't know if you could splice those and cut out the South Africa bits, because that can be its own segment. Whatever. Anything that's not that, you know, you can... could probably make a segment out of the bit at the beginning with Trump's ICE already turning immigrants back out onto the streets. But that's probably like VP territory. For that one, though, for the USAID bit, just clip together the relevant bits. It's a title for that. I mean, it's kind of like the downfall of the United States, right? I don't know. America has been couped. Elon seizes control of USAID. Coup successful. Coup in progress. Kind of happened, though. I like the Elon one. Elon seizes control of the USA, then coup in progress in thumb, maybe. It maybe in thumb, just like it might actually be over. But then it's maybe a little bit too vague. I think the title should just be like Elon has actually couped the United States. And then in the thumb, it's like it might actually be over. That's kind of like the tone of the segment anyway. Something like that. America over party? Yeah. This shit hit different with Twitter communists. Like that works? Okay, cool. I'm gonna get back to being a retard for the entertainment of 14-year-olds. Hey, fuck off in 26. I'm almost 31. Okay. Oh, I like this one. This one's super indicative. Remember how I said that, like, USAID is a good thing and does help people, but the reason why America has funded it as a bipartisan consensus for so many years is because it's an exercise of our soft power? Here's the WikiLeaks Twitter account. Leaked U.S. Special Forces doctrine on use of USAID in economic warfare. I really like this because it's a reminder that getting rid of USAID is exactly what China and Russia benefit from. You know? Like, especially Russia, which has had plans to expand its authority and influence in, like, North Africa, you know? Like the Wagner Group, the gold mine, they control the extent to which they've been, like, weaponizing their mercenaries against Boko Haram and anti-government protesters as a way of getting along with the warlords in the region. By framing like, oh, by shutting down USAID, you know, we're actually destabilizing American foreign influence. Yeah, that's their fucking goal. That's what they want. Dude, the Belt and Road initiatives that are going to be signed is going to be insane. Yerp. Former president of Russia praising Elon for shutting down USAID. Smart move by Elon Musk trying to plug USAID's deep throat. Let's hope notorious deep state doesn't swallow him whole. That's a little bit of a weird way to say that. Former Secretary of Defense Mattis once said that for every dollar you take away from foreign aid, he has to spend 2 on ammunition. Oh, well, that's great, because the 2 that he spends on ammunition goes into the MIC's pockets. We should get that to $10. Elon is the deep state. Elon is literally the deep state. Can you imagine if any of this was happening under the auspice of, like, George Soros? You know, President Biden wins in 2024. George Soros physically enters the federal government forces his way into the Treasury Department and closes the door behind him. No one knows what's going on. No one in there has credentials. It would immediately prompt like 27 January 6s. Cities would burn. Elon as the deep state is so underwhelming. Yeah. It's pretty humiliating that all of this is being done by an organization called Doge. You know what I mean? Like, having the country destroyed by autistic retards does feel worse than it being destroyed by competent executors of evil. It's like a humiliation ritual. Like, you have to say, yep, everything is getting worse because of Doge. At least the CIA was, in its day, more sinister and competent in like a weird occult kind of like, you know, smearing LSD on door handles sort of way. You know what I mean? Like, oh, the CIA couped fucking Honduras or whatever. Okay, it's like the CIA. It's like, you know, they're spooky. Doge? Alex Jones should be White House press secretary. I'd prefer it to Caroline Leavitt, that's for sure. The CIA were all skull and bones freaks? That's better! I would rather have the country destroyed by, like, skull and bones, bohemian club fucking weirdos, you know, than this, you know? I can't believe the country's being destroyed by dickless virgins. It's just embarrassing. But Vosh, I'm a dickless virgin. And are you destroying the country? Zach Skellington, what are you linking here? I don't want to see them here. Joy Villa at Grammys 2025 supports deportation in contrast to crying Selena Gomez. Who cares, dude? Did you actually watch the Grammys? It was a pretty good one. The Grammys was like a victory lap for everyone the Grammys was like a cultural blow against the right wing and pedophilia. Did you see it? Kendrick broke records. Yeah, what was him Kendrick winning multiple awards for a diss song, holding like all the Grammys at the end in a fucking Canadian tuxedo. Iconic. It's great. And we know that Drake is a conservative, so this is a cultural blow. You know? Everyone at the audience of the Grammys cheering along and singing you know, A minor when he was going up to get the award. Yeah, Taylor Swift dancing around to not like it's good, it's good. Conservatives are ideologically pro-pedophilia, so any kind of cultural moment against pedophilia is a win for the left. I'm not a big music head. I'm not going to pretend that I am, you know? What else happened? Oh, yeah, hold on. 1 second. Chappelle Roan got up there and talked about the mistreatment of artists by the music industry. That's real nice. That's real good. Called out record labels for a lack of livable wages and healthcare for aspiring artists. You know, what if we had the like the whole speech? Like what if we had, you know, what if we actually typed it out so I could read it without using the copyright visuals and audio from the Grammys? Chappelle Roan, speech, Grammys, text. Give me the text. It's not illegal. That's not copyright. To get the text. Here we go. Thank God. Since when do you give a shit about music? I don't. I give a shit about culture. It's like Chapel, by the way. Listen, I already give off a lot of, like, you know, butch lesbian signifiers to those who know. I'm trying to keep a bit of a distance. Let me keep that, okay? Listen, I already beat Signalis twice. All right? I need to, like, keep a bit of distance. That's why people keep giving me shit. They keep egg posting about me. Hello, thank you to my fellow nominees whose music got me through this past year. Brat was the best night of my life this year. My hat's gonna fall. It's gonna be okay. Thank you. If I told myself if I ever won a Grammy, if I got to stand up here in front of the most powerful people in music, I would demand that labels in the industry profiting millions of dollars off of artists would offer a livable wage in healthcare, especially to developing artists. Because I got signed so young, I got signed as a minor. Kendrick Lamar reference. And when I got dropped, I had 0 job experience under my belt, and like most people, I had a difficult time finding a job in the pandemic and could not afford health insurance. It was so devastating to feel so committed to my art and feel so betrayed by the system and so dehumanized to not have health care. And if my label would have prioritized artists' health, I could have been provided care by a company I was giving everything to. So record labels need to treat their artists as valuable employees with a livable wage and health insurance and protection. Labels, we got you, but you got us. Ain't that nice? It's a pretty exploitative industry, you know? It's a lot like sports, where you hear about like some of the athletes on top making $50 bajillion, but for the most part, people get horrifically abused in it, you know? Yeah, another field I'm not super familiar with. She also talked about trans women on the red carpet. In an interview with GLAAD, she said things are brutal right now for the LGBTQ community following a series of anti-trans political attacks last week, but had a message of resilience. Trans people have always existed and they'll forever exist, and they will never, no matter what happens, take trans joy away. I would not be here without trans girls, she continued. That's true. So just know that pop music is thinking about you and cares about you, and I'm trying my best to stand up for you in every way that I can. Fascists have trouble with the artists, man. It's really difficult to get the artists, you know? During her Pink Pony Club performance later in the night, she ended her performance with another nod to the trans community. Her dancers held up the trans flag. Yeah, Lady Gaga also did this. Lady Gaga, trans statement, Grammys. It's good stuff, you know? It was a good Grammys. I mean, there were a lot of moments. It's a nice suit, I presume. It's a nice paywall. That's great. We love our paywalls, don't we, folks? Lady Gaga says trans people are not invisible as Grammys get political. Thank you, The Hollywood Reporter. That's fantastic. That's very, very good. It seems Donald Trump is making award shows political again. Okay, well, at least they're saying that Donald Trump is doing it, which is true. She's so iconic. How old is Lady Gaga? I feel like she should look... I feel like I mix her and Madonna up sometimes. I know, pardon me for looking in from the outside. I feel like she should look less good than she does, like age-wise. 38 or something? I guess 38's not that old. She just looks gorgeous. So, you know, whatever. Trans people are not invisible. Trans people deserve love. The queer community deserves to be lifted up. Music is love. Earlier in the night, when she won Best Latin Pop Album, Shakira appeared to allude to Trump's immigration crackdown, saying, "I want to dedicate this award to all my immigrant brothers and sisters in this country. You are loved, you're worth it, and I'll always fight for you." Selena Gomez posted that video crying over the deportations. You know, there were like Republican officials saying she should be deported over that one. I remember that. They're gonna put her in Gitmo? Yeah. Weren't people mad about Selena Gomez? Was Selena Gomez like All Lives Matter posting during BLM or something like that? Was that the thing she did that people were being like, they were like hypocrisy accusing over? She liked Zionist posts. Okay. I mean, you know, far be it from me to start like drawing lines in the death camps, you know what I mean? I'll take what I can get. Trevor Noah made jokes about Trump's administration. I don't like Trevor Noah. Personally, I've never liked his cadence. Oh yeah, Alicia Keys said DEI is not a threat, it's a gift. I saw that one. Wish I could play the clips, but you know how it is. And Joy Villa was the one pro-Trump person. Only on the red carpet. Sorry, Joy Villa. You're only there for the photos. No speech for you. Wearing a MAGA hat to the damn Grammys. Who? Exactly. Exactly. Hitler made an appearance. Hold on one second. I do really like that Joy Villa's Wikipedia literally says she is most known for supporting Donald Trump. Wow, that's great. No wonder your ass is out there on the red carpet. And Scientology? Yeah, it fits. Kanye West and his current pet toy girlfriend, wife, whatever the fuck, showed up uninvited at the Grammys in a bid for attention, which I assume Kanye's been kind of craving lately because it's been a while since he's done anything public. They showed up and his wife was naked. Under this, she's got nothing. She's got like a sock on, or like a stocking, you know? You could see her pussy. I saw the pictures. Her whole pussy was out. Like, it wasn't like a tasteful areola peeking through a sheer top or something. Like, you know, you wouldn't have to move any clothing around to have sex with her, is what I'm saying. Like, there was nothing there. Well, that's an unwoke statement of me, because they're saying these days you can have all kinds of different sex. They're like, you know, disabled people can have sex? Okay, I know. It's a euphemism. I get it. It was a dress with the image of a naked body. No, it wasn't. It was just her naked body. It was just her naked body. Just wear some damn saran wrap. Wait, that was real? No, yeah, it was her pussy. There was nothing. It was her pussy. It was a see-through dress. I feel like saying it was a see-through dress is still giving it too much credit. I can't even show. Like, it's just... Let me see if I can zoom in on this photo to a point where I'm no longer worried about... Okay, this is probably fine, like, YouTube-wise, okay? So, she is wearing a dress here in what you see in this image, okay? So, the fabric that is covering her top is what was covering her pussy. So, as you can see, the fabric isn't doing very much. Like, calling it a sheer fabric is actually a little bit of a... Like, you're giving the fabric a bit too much credit there. Wouldn't the desexualization of nudity be good? You have to pick and choose your retard moments. You can't just say shit like that. Elon, sorry, not Elon. It's all Hitlers look the same to me. I don't care about skin tone. Kanye, he's been tweeting more lately. He's like the only guy or the only person he's following on Instagram is Taylor Swift, because he's been obsessed with her and you know, for like 15 years now or something. It's the sexualization of nudity for like a cuck fetish. He just likes treating women like objects, okay? Yeah, if you want to wave the flag for nudism, Kanye's not your guy, okay? The desexualization of public nudity front, he's not your guy here, okay? He just likes treating women like dogs. The women always look like they've got a gun to their head. They never smile, which I think he probably tells them not to. But whatever. Did you see him tweeting about Kamala last night? Well, he said, like, I would fuck her, but then she lost. I don't fuck losers. That's real. That's real. Did Elon make a very weird statement or whatever that he'd impregnate Taylor Swift? Yes. Honestly, the fact that major right-wing figures are so weird about her is probably one of the biggest factors making her, like, a progressive. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, my lawyer is telling you to please keep posting this shit, basically. He has a new album coming out. That's why he was here. Yeah, well, he wants attention, but they got escorted. Apparently, he might get some charges for like public indecency because she was just naked. Kanye's famously absurdly porn addicted. You can tell by the way he treats women. Damn, she was out here doing like poses. I'm not showing this shit to you, but she's out here like, look at my pussy, you know? There was a kid that saw her naked. Well, it's only grooming when gay people do it. When straight people, like Kanye, he's probably not actually straight, do shit like that around kids. Doesn't matter. Has there been any chud response to Beyonce winning the country album of the year? Did that happen? I don't know. I don't pay attention. I mean, that's good, I guess. Beyonce is cool, right? Yeah, she did? All right, cool. Haven't black people been haven't black people been the only voice in country music for a while now anyway? Because all white people country music just became about, like, trust fund kids singing about like Ford F-150s. Like they get cut a check and it's like, okay, from now on you have 3 things you can talk about. You can't criticize power ever, and you exist to keep people voting red. You know, like it's all like industry plant shit. Yeah, beer truck racism. Yeah, you get it. I guess it makes sense that country music would get fronted more by people of color. You know. All I know is that the best cowboy fashion out there comes from Native American inspiration, all right? Kanye's porn addiction has an extensive history. He's known to have multiple laptops dedicated to music and ones dedicated to porn. He once brought a 50 GB porn hard drive on tour with him in 2008. Redditors, when it's time to download physical or invest in physical media in case the servers go down, yay! Redditors, when it's time to download your favorite porn videos so that when every site online gets taken offline, you don't lose the stuff you like. No! Whatever happened to all of the people out there who are champions of preserving media? You hypocrites. 500 gigabytes wasn't even a lot in 2008. Okay, you might have a problem. So I'm not... That's a self-report right there. I have 22 terabytes. I don't want to know this. Bus stop conversation. Bus stop conversation. Walk it back. Walk it back. Walk it back. Oh, in 2008, I was thinking much more recently. Uh-huh. Anyway, the Grammys were good. The biggest struggle for, I guess, fascist governments long term is winning the culture war. And I don't mean the culture war like, is it woke for there to be tampons in the guy's restroom or something? I mean like seizing control of culture to the point where all media or a lot of media that is produced reflects the values of the government. So they really struggle with this because being conservative, especially today, kind of makes you artless. You know? There's a reason why you just don't hear about conservative artistry that much. They don't exactly value creativity. You think it can be done today? I think that modern day conservatism is more soulless than conservatism at any point in human history. I think it's possible to be a good artist if you are being artistically and creatively motivated by things like racism. I do. I think it's harder than being motivated by something like, I don't know, the richness of the human spirit, love for all mankind, an interest in certain aesthetic, whatever. Racism itself, can it inspire art? Yeah, sure. Bad art, maybe, but yeah, it can. But racism isn't the driving principle of the current conservative movement. It's grift. Every single Republican politician, all of their influencers, all of them from top to bottom, are grifters with no real values. They never stand on their own 2 feet and define or distinguish themselves. They have nothing to say. There's no soul to it. It's one of the reasons why you don't see them producing Lovecraft shit, right? Lovecraft was very racist and very xenophobic. And the anxiety of his xenophobia, of his racism, allowed him to produce pretty amazing art. I would have preferred it if he wasn't racist. That would have been better, you know. Now, pardon me for being controversial. I think it would have been better if he wasn't racist, you know. But his xenophobia definitely did inspire a lot of really interesting art. That's not an endorsement of the thought process. But do you see that happening today? Tell me, show me where. Where in the world today is, through a conservative or reactionary thought process, genuinely compelling art is being made? You won't. And the main reason for that, I think, is because grift is the defining feature of the right. All of them have their own crypto shill. All of them ran their own NFT. All of them bent the knee to Donald Trump when it was convenient to them. All of them have private and public beliefs. All of them, like on every level, it's all grift. You understand me? You take a look at like the inner circle of the Trump administration, every single motherfucker there is like an obvious huckster. It's not just being racist. It's Stone Toss, dog shit, what do you guys go? Stone Toss, like, for one, I'm talking about compelling art here, not a quip, not bumper sticker slogans. Don't oversell it. Also, he's been washed for years, okay? But, like, it goes beyond that, man. Conservatives in the past were also more intellectually curious. Yeah, I would agree to an extent. Yeah, I would say so. What is this? These likes seem botted? I can't determine whether likes are botted. I'm sorry, that's not a power that I have. Violence against women and girls growing, says Watchdog. Violence from who? Violence from who? What's wrong with this post? It has 500,000 likes. What's botted about it? Got a lot of likes. I mean, yeah, it's for men, of course. Because they're claiming it's immigrants in the replies. This is about it being men. But everything on Twitter gets botted. That's true. I assumed it was something racist. No, this is about men. I mean, the meme cover-up doesn't make sense here because the meme format doesn't make sense because there's no cover-up or dishonesty. I mean, I'm gonna do the 1350 card, actually. It is a little weird how rarely people talk about men's demographic propensity for violence. It's like 90-10, you know? It is a little weird. We do passive voice the fuck out of that. It's like when people say, oh, women don't need men. Well, then without men, who's going to protect you? To which the answer is, protect us from what? Other men? Like, it's like people kind of forget how the dynamic functions, I think. Women need men to open pickle jars. That shit is true. Weren't people in the UK claiming it was Pakistani immigrant? People are, what do you mean by this? People are, every man who wants to believe this isn't about men is going to be like, oh, it's those brown men. Well, yeah, everyone's going to say that. What do you mean? It's 500,000 likes. It's about men. We made pickle jars for that purpose, like that on purpose. Yeah. We just want to feel useful. What's wrong with that? Women-proof jars. This headline from Putin is so funny. Trump might be a Russian op. Putin says Europe will stand at the feet of the master as Trump's tariffs alarm allies. Guys, is it good or bad for America's status as a global hegemon that our enemies are delighted with the thing that our leader is doing? I'm just wondering. If anything, it's kind of like an indictment of Putin that he's being loud about it when you could be smart and be Xi Jinping and pretend that you have a problem with this. You know what I mean? Like, China is gaining massively from all of this, you know? This is fucking phenomenal for China. But Xi Jinping isn't out there being like, thank you, Donald Trump, for waging economic warfare against your allies. It's great. Trump likes Putin, though. He doesn't like Xi. Yeah, he likes Xi just fine. But, you know, yeah, he likes Putin more for sure. Putin probably kisses his ass more in the in-person meetings. Zelensky might have made a deal with Trump. Hard to know until we get the details. Trump says lots of stuff. Trump loves saying shit. Dude, I'm voting fentanyl to win in 2026. I'm telling you, man, that's the only way forward out of this, you know? We need to pursue like an agenda of maximum suffering. It's our patriotic responsibility as Americans and our civic responsibility as non-Americans, for those of you with the misfortune of being born outside the greatest country in the world, to weather this storm, you know? You got to hold firm, you know? You got to have your feet planted. You don't get to say that anymore, buddy? I can say it all I want, actually. You've got to be a pretty powerful country for your crash out to threaten the entire world. Dark woke. Chances of a general strike actually materializing? I wouldn't bet on it. Would be nice. Weird time to be smug. Weird time to be humorless. What else do you have in these times? What does dark woke mean? You know what it means. You know what it means. Said the MF that says we can't joke. Yeah, well, I'm saying I can joke. You can't respond negatively. If you can't joke and I'm the only one who can joke, you have to respond to it properly. Dark Gothic woke. Do you have a dark woke hat? I should get a dark woke hat. The problem is one size fits all baseball caps don't fit my head. They don't fit it. I'd have to find the manufacturer that makes them in different sizes. Big ass head? Yeah. Like Johnny from Ed, Edd n Eddy. Cementing you as Hassan's arch nemesis. Really though, like people will say it's accelerationism, and the reason they're mischaracterizing it that way is because they're correct. It's not mischaracterizing. It's a selective tool, you know? It's like I said the other stream. How much economic hardship would have been justified, would have been morally good in 1933 if it would have hampered the German war machine and prevented them from ever even invading Poland? You know? Like, over the course of this stream, we have collectively supported the downfall of other nations, haven't we? Have we not said this about Russia? Right? We need the Russian economy to collapse so they can no longer fund the war effort in Ukraine. How many times have we said that? Obviously, this logic applies here if the circumstances warrant it, you know? If I've said it there, you know, like, wouldn't it be a little bit chauvinist of me to be like, okay, other countries, they should collapse because the utilitarian calculus, it's better in the long run if they collapse. But then I'm like, oh no, not us? I feel like that would be a little bit hypocritical. I've got Russian chatters. They've emailed me. They seem to be pretty understanding when I say, yeah, Russia's got to collapse because that seems like the only way to really like stemmy the, you know, expansionist intentions towards the West, the war in Ukraine, that kind of stuff. And people email me and they don't disagree. They're like, yeah, you know, it would suck. It does suck. It currently sucks. But it would be better than the alternative. And, you know, it would have been like that if Germany had just never gotten up on its feet in the 1930s after the Great Depression. And maybe that's what we're looking at right now. A little bit. We're using the same excuses Russia used to invade Ukraine on Panama right now. I mean, this administration needs to not do what it's trying to do. Like, whatever that takes. The goal, I mean, the ideal is that their incompetence kind of like hampers them, you know, to begin with. I think that Americans are spoiled, and the more they suffer economically, the more likely it is that they're gonna break on this. You know, if you think about it, after 9/11, America still didn't commit to a total war effort, you know? Like, America spent a lot of money on invading Iraq, but we never engaged in total war. We always tried to keep it separate from the civilians, you know? Culturally, we bullied people into, support the troops. If you don't support the troops, you're a traitor, you're anti-American, you know, a lot of Islamophobia, so on and so forth. But in spite of how much money we were giving to the MIC, we put an effort in to try to make sure the American economy kept afloat, which was a very impressive. I mean, it's remarkable we managed to do that, considering how much we spent in the Iraq War, you know? It kind of indicates, and I think a lot of people understand this, or at least understood this in the Pentagon, which is that America would not tolerate a draft. It does not matter how many young people voted for Trump. The moment their asses are on the line, they are not going out there. 0% chance. Americans don't believe in society. We're hyper-individualistic. Even our conservatism, even our fascism is libertarian coded. Nobody in America wants to give their life to the state. They don't even think about it that way, you know? The state suppression is always this abstract, out there thing, you know? Liberal fascism. I just don't think, God, man, can you imagine? There are so many people that signed up after 9/11. Yeah, nuts, I know that. But they didn't implement a draft, and they didn't implement total war. If they had implemented a draft after 9/11, whew, look, it didn't even work in Vietnam. And that was back during the Cold War. I mean, that was back when there actually was a foreign enemy that posed an existential threat to the United States. It wasn't Vietnam, of course, it was the Soviet Union, but at least there were stakes on the board. But today, if there was a draft, every single Zoomer fuck who voted for Donald Trump, every single, like, Kai Cenat, you know, Aiden Ross watching fucking, you know, finally now we can say the F slur, N-word, whatever, Zoomer, red cap wearing dipshit, if they got drafted, no shot. No shot, man. They would be freaking the fuck out. They would be freaking the fuck out. Americans don't believe in society. There's no sense of civic obligation here. And that's a despicable thing when it comes to the running of this country normally. But when it comes to kowtowing to fascism, I don't know. You know, I think this is actually one of the reasons why Italian fascism never got as bad as German fascism. Germans, they had all these conditions, all of these like neuroses built up in a social sense. People in Germany were willing to give their lives to the state. You have the Great Depression, you have like the Second Reich, you know, you're in the legacy, you're in the shadow of Bismarck. You have like this like rise to industrialism. Italians just want coffee and wine. That sounds like a joke. It's not. Mussolini had a lot of power, but he never overcame the cultural predisposition towards taking a nap in the middle of the day. I'm not kidding. He didn't. There were other powers at play in Italy. But the Germans gave up everything. The Germans embraced fascism, true subservience to the state, because the material conditions in that country were totally different. You know? You understand what I'm talking about, right? This is important shit. The lazy Mediterranean air saved Italy from what might have been a worse iteration of its own, you know, collapse into fascism and everything that took place afterwards. And over here in America, I don't think we have that lazy Mediterranean air, but I do think we have an extremely individualistic, anti-civic duty responsibility. You know, I think the average American would rather kill themselves than do anything to benefit their community. I think the average American despises their community. I think the average American, especially the average Republican, thinks of their house as a walled fortress that keeps out blacks and browns and scary people and homeless people and young people on their lawn. And the moment they step out into the great dark beyond, everything is scary. It doesn't matter if the city's ugly. It doesn't matter if the downtown is ugly. It doesn't matter if it's covered in trash and bullshit. Don't know your neighbor. Don't know anything. Don't go to church. Don't do anything. Don't make friends with your coworkers. Don't talk to anyone. Don't do anything. Have no spot to hang out. In a way, the hyper alienation of American society and our violent opposition to any kind of community like mindset might actually act against the fascist takeover a little bit. You're describing paranoid schizophrenia. I'm describing the average WASP who lives in the suburbs. There's no sense of society in this country. And for that reason, I just think that culturally, I think that the WASP, white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, I think that, how do I put this? I don't think Americans would be willing to make the sacrifices that would be necessary to turn this country into Nazi Germany. I think there are lots of people in America who want to turn this into Nazi Germany, and I think that would require enormous sacrifices in an economic sense, tariffs and unavailability of goods, things skyrocketing, mass unemployment, drafts, you know, mass conscription, warfare, war in Panama, war in Canada, war everywhere, war Greenland, whatever else. And I think that the Americans, even the fascist Americans, just wouldn't want to put up with it because they're lazy and fat and stupid and entitled, and they don't want to sacrifice anything for anything. Americans hate sacrificing things for things. You know that? They hate that shit. They want everything. They want their tasty little treats from Temu and Shein, but they want to bitch that China's taken over the world. They want cheap commercial goods. They want to virtue signal that everything made in America. You know? Americans are pathetic and weak, and their blood runs thin, okay? There is no there's no civic nationalism in America. The civic nationalism in America is fake. It's riding a Ford F-150 that was made in Mexico and going to a grocery store and buying produce that was picked in the fucking Philippines or whatever, and then going home and sitting down and watching black people play football and cheering, but then like crying when at the end of it, like one of the athletes you support gives a press conference where they indicate support for immigrants being deported. Like, this is American yeah, on your fucking Chinese or Japanese TV, on furniture from IKEA. Like, there is no American civic nationalism. American civic nationalism is nothing compared to civic nationalism from, and I mean this, basically any other country on earth. If you go to Spain, France, Italy, Norway, the UK, Ireland, Germany, any of those Western European countries, you will find more sincere civic nationalism. You will find more people who like really care about their country in an abstract, like, I want to be a part of the good society kind of way. Japan, China, Singapore, Vietnam, even Russia. America is uniquely weak and our blood runs thin. Even Canada mogs America in this, and it's not even close, and God bless them. I'm pro-nationalism as long as it's aligned against this. Terrible culture to have become a global hegemon. Well, yeah, but all of the culture that we export, Republicans hate. What culture does America export? Well, art, for the most part. That's most of what culture is, right? It's not just political talking points. The only culture that America exports that is right-wing is right-wing politics itself. Le wokism. But if you want to talk about, like, the kinds of culture people like they care about it because it's art, Republicans hate that. Our music, our games, Hollywood, they hate that shit. They hate American culture. Now, you get me. Yeah, we get you. Well, that's good to know. I'm glad that I was right in my assessment on it. No, yeah, the right wing exports its talking points globally because right-wing politics right now are funneled exclusively through capital, and capital is global. The reason why American right-wing talking points circulate everywhere immediately is because America is the center of global capital, enormously so. And all the wealthy assholes over here, they have their meetings with wealthy assholes over there. They're all having the same conversations. That's why that spreads. I don't know. Maybe it's the end of the American century. Maybe the American century was last one. I don't know. I don't know. This isn't about vindictiveness, but if the thing that stops this from getting as bad as it could be is Americans suffering at the gas pump at the grocery station, gas pump, hell, grocery store, gas station, I guess also at the gas pump, whatever. If American suffering is what it takes, it's worth it. It's worth it because they're suffering now or then, and they're going to suffer either way. At the egg store. It's their patriotic responsibility as citizens of the world to be the wall. Aren't eggs a little bad for you anyway? We could do to consume a little bit less high cholesterol animal agricultural product. A little bit. Anyway, I guess I don't really have a lesson from all of this. It's just about what helps the most people in the long run. And America's best chance to rebound from this is the rest of the world roundly rejecting what's happening right here, right now. So I support them in that endeavor. If you're a non-American, you need to be real fucking patriotic with what you're buying out there. It's not just a boycott thing. It's a broader cultural thing. Being anti-American is in. And not just in like a lefty way. Not just in a, oh, I oppose global capital kind of way. I mean like in a, fuck America, you're tariffing us after everything we've done for you? That rhetoric's pretty good from Canada. I respect it. I understand. You know? It's insane. Eggs are fine. Basically, none of your blood cholesterol comes from your diet. Okay, fine. We should cut out the animal agriculture for climate reasons. Also, it's immoral. And also, I don't like eggs in general. Fine, you got the real position out of me. I was trying to softball it a little bit by bringing up the cholesterol, but now you have my real position. Fuck you. Also, like and subscribe. I see the likes. I see that they could be higher. I see that the number of likes is not the same as the number of concurrent viewers. This is a problem for me. For a guy such as myself, okay? Now, you eggless dipshits, all right, hit that button so that I could continue to buy eggs if I wanted to, which I don't. Canada should cut power during the Super Bowl? Yes, I agree. Sorry, I'm tariffing my likes to you, US pleb. I will invade your country. There's no like button on VGG. Yeah, YouTube doesn't accept likes that are done via like API transfer, I think, from other sites. Like you can watch a YouTube video from a different site, but you can't like the YouTube video through a different site because I think that makes it really vulnerable to certain types of botting. You know, you have to go to the YouTube itself to like it, which, you know, I understand that I've constructed kind of a negative incentive here, but, you know, it's your civic responsibility as citizens of VGG to do your work, okay? Quick with the gun there, Thana. The fuck happened to your mood? I feel great, in spite of everything getting worse. YouTube chatters don't be liking that shit either. Some people do use their liked videos history as a reminder of going back to stuff. That's what I do. Like when I like a video, for me, that's like, I want to come back to this in the future thing. Like maybe there's a reference video. I saw a reference video in like Hemming that I really liked. And you should have a playlist for that. You know, that's not what the like button is for. The like button is to help other people see my streams. It's not just a dick waving thing, you know? I'm pretty sure, and forgive me for being a bit self-centered for a moment. I'm sorry. I apologize. I know. They say privileged streamer. My job could go out like that. You know how crazy things are getting over here? Literally, like, at any moment. You know that? They could just say, hey, YouTube, it's un-American of you to allow left-leaning people to post videos. These communist videos are pro-China. Kablamo, I'm out. And that's a little scary. It's literally, like, there's no, like, it's a day-by-day thing. I wake up every morning and I check. So, I'm just saying, in the meantime, maybe I'm a little bit more like and subscribe-y than usual. Come on. Gonna move to Chinese YouTube. All right, more stuff. You have a backup platform you're planning to go to if shit hits the fan? Yeah, there's a corner under, like right next to the 5 in downtown Seattle that I don't usually see other people panhandling on. I'm thinking like, I might want to muscle in on that quick.
That he could agree to change your mind on the tariff?
Well, we can always, but look, What I'd like to see, Canada become our 51st state. We give them protection, military protection. We don't need them to build our cars. I'd rather see Detroit or South Carolina or any one of our, Tennessee, any one of our states build the cars. They could do it very easily. We don't need them for the cars. We don't need them for lumber. We don't need them for anything. We don't need them for energy. We have more energy than they do. We don't need them for energy. So I say, why are we doing this? Why are we willing to lose between $100 billion and $200 billion a year? We don't need them. As a state, it's different. As a state, it's much different. And there are no tariffs. So I'd love to see that, but some people say that would be a long shot. If people wanted to play the game right, it would be 100% certain.
This is just memes. Yeah, what he says doesn't really matter. There's not much of a relationship between stuff that he says and stuff that happens. It seems. The funny thing is that if we actually annexed Canada and made them our 51st state, it would change almost nothing economically because we already have insanely preferential trade policies with Canada. It would literally make no difference. In fact, it would lower the per capita GDP of the United States. Like it would, like in terms of like overall, it would not. Yeah, the voting demos would change, certainly. Canada would lose their universal health care. Yeah, but like we would, who cares if the manufacturing is done outside the country? We have the money to get the stuff that we need. If it was done inside the country, we would have to pay for that labor anyway. They'd flip the Senate. We'd probably give them no representation. Oh my God, is he going to back off the Canada tariffs too? President Trump tells me his call with Prime Minister Trudeau went very well. Asked if the tariffs against Canada are still going to affect tonight. He said, watch. Jesus. I'm telling you, I still don't think this is a nothing ever happens moment because all of this fiddling is still something happening. I really do, genuinely. Like the amount of instability we're signaling. Any chance these tariffs were just a smokescreen on the coup and the Treasury? Maybe that's what they're intended to be, but it still sort of contributes to the downfall of the United States a little bit. Not following up on these threats. You need to accept you're stuck with Trump for 4 years. There's no speedrunning collabs. I'm sorry, dude. Elon still is literally in the Department of the Treasury right now, chewing on random wires. Things are happening, like, really quick. This flip-flopping, this insane, like, wah, 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 wah. You know, this to me is like Rome falling shit, you know? Except Rome took hundreds of years to fall. We'll see. Not falling fast enough. It's been 2 weeks. It's been 2 weeks. Trump had 2 calls with Trudeau today, one this morning and one just before this event. It remains to be seen if he pauses or imposes the tariffs on Canada after halting those against Mexico for at least 1 month following a call with Mexico's leader. Remarkable. I refuse to sit through the circus act for the next 4 years. I've got really bad news for you. I genuinely don't know how much of a say you have in that. On
Canada, when you talk to Justin Trudeau again, is there anything he can give you at 3 p.m. when you talk again to also
this is before their
pause,
I don't know.
like you said with Mexico?
I don't know. We have big deficits with Canada, like we do with all countries. I mean, I look at some of the deals made, I say, who the hell made these deals are so bad? But with Canada, I have a talk with him, and you maybe know or maybe not. We're going to meet again or talk again at 3 o'clock, right after my next meeting, and we'll see what happens. I can't tell you what's going to happen.
You mentioned that he could agree to change your mind on the tariffs?
Well, we can always, but look, what I'd like to see, Canada become our 51st state.
Okay, yeah, there we go. The sort of preceding information. Do you think the pause on Mexico is to break Canada? I don't think there's that much planning going on at the top level right now. I really genuinely don't. The fact that the first thing that Elon and Doge did was just storm in and like chew on wires at the Treasury Department makes me think that it really is just an ego shit show, and the people behind the scenes are desperately trying to clean up the mess as they make it, and they kind of like can't. Like they're just trying to like stemmy the bleeding a little bit. It's not a master plan, okay? I can tell you that much. No matter how evil your leaders are, it does take competence to run a government. Musk is a special government employee, the White House confirms. Well, that's nice. Got a good picture of him. His dark gothic MAGA hat. I do need a dark woke hat. That would actually go so hard. Gonna wear like Carhartt trucker jackets or something. Well, not Carhartt. Something that looks exactly like Carhartt, but is much more expensive. Need one design? No. Did you ever watch the Dark Gothic MAGA vid? Are you a bot? I'm sorry, I can't. It would be a dark woke hat. It would have to be a baseball cap, because a baseball cap is like the t-shirt of hats. It's like the slogan hat of hats. You don't put slogans on a cowboy hat. You put slogans on a baseball cap, you know? I know I don't want to praise them for doing out the absolute bare minimum, but I guess I am glad that Democrats showed up at the USAID office after being locked out. I guess I'm happy they did that rather than not doing that. You know, I like, look, we're through the looking glass here, okay? I'm trying to give like they did something. Yay. Not enough. Jeffries and a new dear colleague lays out a 10-point plan to counter Trump, including Jeffries, aren't you shouldn't you be fucking licking Israel's boots somewhere? Do you guys see that? He was holding another fucking Zionist rally. Like, you know, very important right now. Out there praying to God. He's trying everything, man. As we prepare to come back into session tomorrow, House Democrats will continue to push back against far-right extremism that is being relentlessly unleashed on the American people. I made it clear to House Republican leadership that any effort to steal taxpayer money from the American people and Medicaid to know it and defund programs supporting everyday Americans as contemplated by the illegal White House Office of Management and Budget Order must be choked off in the upcoming government funding bill, if not sooner. I mean, it doesn't really work that much. Like, it doesn't really do anything if Republicans vote in lockstep. Well, I don't know. I mean, certainly with budgetary stuff that goes past the filibuster in the Senate, you know, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what can even be done, to be honest with you. I'm from Germany and I'm traveling to Texas for work next week. How worried should I be? You're German. You should be fine. You're just in line with what the Texan state government wants in their state. You are white, I assume. We'll see what comes from this. We'll see. I don't know. Let's see what Chuck Schumer's up to. Chuck Schumer's advice for Democrats staring at a long 2 or more years out of power: just wait. Trump will screw up, he tells Semaphore for an interview. It's like paid opposition. Who needs Republicans when you have Democrats like this? Trump will screw up? Oh, don't worry, okay? You know? Schumer is worse than useless. He is. He actually... Schumer makes Pelosi look like Bernie Sanders. Like, it's crazy how low you can get, like how much farther you can sink, but Schumer is genuinely incredibly fucking pathetic. "30-day Canada tariff pause." Woo! Okay. All right. So the oligarchs told Trump to dial it back and not collapse the economy just yet. So all we've done so far, at least for the so again, remember, Trump said nothing could be done to stop the tariffs coming down on Canada and Mexico. And now, pulling the same act twice, is this still good because it makes Trump look weak? Oh, I'm sure Trump supporters are going to be running up and down the aisles saying, look at what a grand negotiator he is. He extracted basically nothing from Mexico. And, you know, what did he get from Canada? 1.3 billion border plan. Nearly 10,000 frontline personnel will be working to protect the border. Wait, this is the same as with Mexico! No, that's the original plan, not the additional stuff. In addition, Canada is making new commitments to appoint a fentanyl czar. We will list cartels as terrorists, ensure 24/7 eyes on the border, launch a Canada-U.S. joint strike force to combat organized crime, fentanyl, money laundering. New intelligence directive on organized crime and fentanyl will be back with $200 million. This is nothing. This just trains Trump that doing what he gets him a small win. And all it cost him was political goodwill in your two closest allies and strongest trading partners, along with the rest of the developed world. And all it took to get nothing from Mexico and nothing from Canada that will change nothing, all it took was a massive crippling blow to our ability to negotiate in the future, the enduring hatred of Canadians and Mexicans, and established plans from both countries to initiate retaliatory tariffs the moment these go through. So he's getting away with it? Did you listen to what I just said? There are two ways this can go for both Mexico and Canada. Either 30 days pass and Trump is like, you haven't done enough, give me another meaningless virtue signal, or a really super duper definitely tariff you this time, definitely for sure, I really will this time, trust me. Or Donald Trump in 30 days says fentanyl is solved. And for the rest of his administration, he bans the CDC from posting information about fentanyl deaths in America, and he pretends the number's gone down to 0. I'm still annoyed conservatives will see this as a win. They'll see everything as a win. You know, after the fucking Dresden fire bombings, Nazis were probably like, look at how much ammunition the Allies have wasted on this city. Look, that one didn't even hit anything. Ha 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 ha. Stupid Americans. They're delusional. Yeah, Kowalski is correct in that you guys can still expect prices to go up because this instability affects companies' long-term planning decisions. Like now, companies have to deal with every 30 days, we get an up-to-the-last-minute update on whether or not their entire, like, you know, business infrastructure is going to be upended. which means they're going to raise prices to account for the fact they're going to be storing more product ahead of time. They're probably going to be like looking for other ways of shoring up the resources they need to produce stuff domestically, because they don't know if they're going to be able to keep getting it reliably from Canada. Basically, so much of our economy is built on trust and confidence that things will continue as they are. And this, you know, kind of throws a wrench into it. A lot of contracts probably got shredded in the last 24 hours. Yeah. Or at the very least, like, people are nervously eyeing it. Hadn't automakers already paused some factories? Yeah. It's not like they're in the know, you know? Businesses like stability. There are only a few businesses that profit from instability, and they still like a certain kind of stability, you know? Even the businesses that are out there selling like masks in the pandemic or guns in a war, they still want the stability to make sure they can get like paid for what they're selling, make sure that the supply lines are, you know. Nuts, you've got a leeway for being annoying. Just remember that your mod status is a checkbox on a site API. So did Canada and Mexico cancel their tariffs as well? The retaliatory tariffs? Well, they're meant to be retaliatory. I'd say this is a non-mod. Then perhaps you would enjoy saying it as a non-mod. After the election, the company my partner works for bought enough steel and other materials to do their projects for 4 years. Got to pay for the storage on that? This is really funny. Well, at least they got metal reserved. And I have to wait a little bit for Trudeau to fire the missiles. Sorry, guys. Ontario Premier still tore up the $100 million contract with Elon. That still makes sense. Not nearly as damaging, probably inflationary. It's certainly not going to help the economy. The economy does not benefit from this. Want to see if I can get Ontario? I don't care. Stability. Base Ontario sucks. Well, I wouldn't know. I haven't been there. The way you said Ontario made me convulse. You're Canadian. Who the fuck cares how you feel about how things are pronounced? Forget about it. You're Californian? Yeah, I possess the global English accent. I have the Hollywood voice. You know, everyone can understand what I'm saying. No, people don't even say I have an accent. That's a cultural victory right there. This happened like 10 minutes ago, so no one's even talking about it yet. I'm trying to see if there's any breaking news announcement of this. Filters newest. Nope, the news is just too goddamn breaking. They're probably talking about it on live TV, but that's a whole different thing. On Fox News website, looking at the comments, giving me cancer. Why would you do that? DOG, Jesus. I'm getting the Doge brain. DOJ says Trump administration doesn't have to follow court order halting funding freeze. Oh, we're entering that that stage of the takeover, where circuit court judges don't have the authority that they have. That's cool. Iraq should invade us. Yeah, probably. This is pretty bad, guys. Donald Trump issued an illegal and unconstitutional freeze of congressional spending, which was blocked by a federal judge, and now the DOJ is saying that he doesn't have to follow the block from the federal judge. Why not? It's the DOJ. Why not? Because they said so. So the executive branch is giving themselves permission to ignore the judicial? Essentially, yes. That is what they are saying. I'm sorry, but when this goes to the Supreme Court, I just cannot see Roberts and ACB siding with the DOJ here. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, even if they didn't side with the DOJ, couldn't the executive branch just do whatever they want? Andrew Jackson moment. Like, they've already given themselves permission to ignore the judicial branch. You kind of... Supreme Court already says the president has absolute immunity. Not relevant to what we're talking about. Different thing. Sorry, I'm dumb. We all are. We all are, friend. God damn it. Musk says he deleted IRS easy filing team that let Americans file taxes for free online. That's great, man. Thanks. Much appreciated. No more free tax filing. Sorry, motherfucker. If you want to file your taxes, you have to give H&R Block $600, or you have to manually, physically navigate the labyrinthine tax code. TurboTax is having an amazing day. Amazing. I hope none of you shorted TurboTax. AT&F, the far-left government-wide computer office that was recently taken over by allies of Elon Musk, is the same agency that built Elizabeth Warren's Direct File tax program. Direct File puts the government in charge of preparing people's tax returns for them. Yeah, it's a tax return. It's from the government. That group has been deleted. Well, that's good. I like... It's all so brazen, man. There's not even any, like, artifice or theater to it. It's literally like, here's a thing that made your life better. It's gone now. Like, literally, like, Elizabeth Warren's Direct File tax program. The government could tell you how much you owe them. The only reason we don't do things that way is because, you know, H&R Block and TurboTax and whatever the fuck wanted you to give them money. It's literally the only reason. Me when I inconvenience every citizen because I'm bored? Yeah. Enjoying your brownie, it's gone now? Thus far, the website remains active. Well, that's good. IRS free files still exist. They only got rid of direct file. We don't know what's going to be broken tomorrow. Yeah, give it 5 minutes. Who fucking knows? Isn't the IRS evil? The IRS is like the only non-evil branch of the government. Nah, I mean, all branches of government are pretty evil, but they're one of the least evil. Gotta pay your taxes. Tell chat to do their taxes before Elon decides to stop doing refunds. Ah, true. That's a good point. Who knows how broken the IRS is going to be in fucking a day. Got to get up on that. Don't wait till April. Oh my fucking god. When was this announcement made? When was the tweet? This tweet was made 2 hours ago. And sorry, I'm just trying to follow the NASDAQ filing for for TurboTax and how it's gone up relative to the past 2 hours since that announcement. Whatever. I'm not a Wall Street guy. IRS easy file. Is anyone talking about this? No one's talking about this. You're literally talking about it right now? Holy shit. Yeah, I don't see anything about this. Maybe for now it's just all talk. God help me. This shit is gonna give me a headache, man. It's like every minute, minute by 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 minute. At what point is this bullshit so bad for business that like dark money starts stepping in? They are stepping in. They stepped in. That happened already. There's no artifice to this administration, you know? But we shouldn't assume that just because they're powerful, they're competent. You know what I mean? Rubio said he's the boss of USAID now. Yes, I saw that. More fascist propaganda by CNN by talking about this as though it's kind of like a administrative takeover and not a coup from private citizens, the wealthiest man in the world, and a handpicked group of dick lickers to enter the office and illegally shut it down.
Workers at the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, in Washington were told to stay home this morning. The main office closed. They received an email shortly after midnight telling them, don't come in. This is the latest development on the future.
And to abolish the U.S. Agency for International Development. We had that notice that went out overnight to employees not to show up to headquarters. You heard those comments from Trump. And as you noted, Musk has also demonized the U.S. Agency for International Development. He has played an outsized role on this administration's decisions on federal agencies. And he hosted a Spaces on X overnight to go after the agency, criticizing it for alleged misuse of funding. And he said that Trump had agreed that it needed to be shut down. Take a listen to what else he said.
as we dug into USAID, it became apparent that what we have here is not an apple with a worm in it, but we have actually just a bowl of worms. And so at the point at which you don't merely, like if you've got an apple and it's got a worm in it, maybe you can take the worm out. But if you've got actually just a bowl of worms,
explaining the analogy,
it's hopeless. And USAID is a bowl of worms. There is no apple. And when there is no apple, you've just got to basically get rid of the whole thing.
That's great, man.
So I should note, John, that he didn't provide a lot of evidence to these claims.
She's since been disappeared. You can't say that on CNN. Rest in peace, lady. You were right. Relevant skeet. Yeah, I'm telling you, the opposition to USAID is literally just because they're racist. Elon Musk's mother moved to South Africa in the year apartheid was created. She and Elon left the year it was ended. That plus Donald Trump, like, weirdly, like, out of nowhere, coming out and talking about, like, anti-white persecution in South Africa. He has no ego. Like, he no longer even runs his own show. So much for Doge being busy work at the kiddie table, I guess. Yeah, I could have gone either way, right? I hedged my bets with this one. I said Elon wants to be the shadow president. I don't think that he's competent enough to do it, so they might just keep him at the kids' table. I was wrong on that. I did posit the possibility that raw wealth might be enough. But I have to admit, yeah, I didn't really see this coming. I think that on a systematic level, I've been on the beat. When it comes to how stupid this all has ended up being, I'm sorry. I don't think I was cynical enough. I don't think anyone could have been cynical enough to estimate like a timetable like this. Elon Musk storming the Department of the Treasury, taking control of it directly, no one stopping him, shutting out everybody else, and setting up private servers within. Art imitates life. Musk and his minions have illegally installed a commercial server to control federal HR databases that contain sensitive personal information, including SSNs, home addresses, and medical histories, according to an OPM staffer. That's cool. This shit will be leaked? Oh, for sure, for sure. 100%. Where's Vance in all this? Who? Jesus. Trump prepping executive order to dismantle the Department of Education. President Donald Trump is preparing an executive order aimed at eventually closing the education department and, in the short term, dismantling it from within, according to 3 people briefed in its contents. I wonder, okay, I'm gonna throw out like levels of COUP, the likes of which you've never experienced before in your entire life. This one's about to be rough, basically. What if, okay. So you know how Donald Trump keeps threatening to withhold funding from schools as a tool to get them to not be woke or whatever? Like, if you mention gay people exist at any point, we will nuke you from orbit or whatever. What if the closing of the Department of Education further imbalances the quality of school care between blue and red states, as blue states pass initiatives to try to locally fund with property taxes or like whatever the fuck else, whereas red states let their schools languish more? And as a consequence of this, not only does the federal government lose some leverage it has over these schools, but also there's a strong push for people to benefit from the higher educational attainment of the blue states. After all, blue states on average are already wealthier than red states. Wishful thinking. I warned you it'd be COUP. Dude, that's so fucking copium. Yeah, I know, and you know, because I said it. The draft order acknowledges that only Congress can shut down the department and instead directs the agency to begin to diminish itself. These people said, speaking on the condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to speak publicly about internal issues. Classic in the Trump administration, always with the leaks. The work is underway already. The new administration has been trying to reduce the workforce by putting scores of employees on administrative leave and pressuring staff to voluntarily quit. DOGE has already begun working inside the education department, looking to cut spending and staff. At least some DOGE staffers have gained access to multiple sensitive internal systems. Yep. Including a financial aid data set that contains the personal information for millions of students enrolled in the federal student aid program. Dude, accelerationism, just break it. Whatever. Just get rid of federal student aid programs. That, whatever, sure. That'll make you popular. Whatever. Republicans are preparing a bill in Congress to remove it as well. Well, we'll see what happens. Might not even matter. Some Republicans have argued it would be better to wait until after Trump's choice for Education Secretary, Linda McMahon, appears before the Senate for a confirmation. It's crazy that they haven't even confirmed the new secretary. I work in a federal agency, and 4 of 8 in my team are now retiring early this year. Yeah, it sounds about right. Congressional action is unlikely because it would require at least 60 votes in the Senate, meaning 7 Democrats would need to support the plan, which observers say is inconceivable. Yeah, but they can functionally cripple it like without the congressional bill, even if the administration still exists. Project 2025 recommended the student loan program move to the Treasury Department and the Civil Rights Enforcement shift to the Justice Department. Oh, I'm sure they do great with that. Sorry. Just looking through this. A lot of it's pretty obvious. Do you think at some point Donald Trump is going to propose uneven federal taxes depending on the state? Like, do you think at some point he's going to go to that level of, like, radical opposition against blue states, and he's going to be like, well, actually, like, your federal income tax burden depends not only on your income, but also on the state you're in? That'll be cool. That's unconstitutional, but who cares? Exactly. Exactly. Refuse to pay. You know that states don't pay the income tax. When citizens in blue states pay their taxes, it goes straight to the IRS. The state doesn't hand that money over. Wouldn't it hurt even the capitalist class when no one has basic education? Turns out you didn't need it that much. The SAVE Act would disenfranchise millions of Americans. Yeah, we've talked about this, haven't we? Reintroduced into the House of Representatives. Probably going to let that shit through. Silent Vosh is scary. I just got a bit of a headache. I wish I could be a little noisier. I just got a little bit of a headache. I kind of slept a little funny. I didn't do a Peloton ride yesterday, so I'm out of alignment. My chakras are imbalanced. Which, it's devastating to have your chakras imbalanced, you know. That's not good. You don't want that. You guys are just becoming Argentina Lamau. Yeah, there's definitely a parallel. Guys, I'm leaving the country. I wouldn't blame you. Your root chakra is destroyed. That was such a funny tweet. That's like a generational... You gotta say that after you top somebody. You know what I mean? Like, that's like a clean reference. Homeland Security Chief declines to say whether women and children to be held at Guantanamo. Oh, of course they are. Obviously, it's being used as an immigrant detention camp. Of course they're going to hold women and children there. You know, it really does bother me the way they group women and children together when talking about male civilians. Like, we're talking about civilians here. I know that women and children are often used as a euphemism for civilians when we're talking about war zones, but the implication is that all men are combatants. Like, this is an anti-immigration act. Men, women, and children are all immigrants. The children thing is one thing, because they're children. But if you're saying, like, women and children, okay, well, what's the implication to that? Like, men are a more valid target for Gitmo immigration? Well, basically, I'm saying that the question is misinterest. And I'm actually not joking. Patronizing the women, true, but, you know. Republicans are man-haters. Always have been. Always have been. Right-wingers will flip the fuck out when a feminist says anything about men being violent or dangerous, and then they'll go on to say, like, actually, it's in man's nature to be combative and violent. But that's good when I say it, basically. Women can be valid targets in war too, hashtag woke. Yeah, that's why I'm pro-trans people serving in the military. Because I'm transphobic, you know? Send them to the theater of war. People are like, we hate trans people. That's why we're not going to send them to the front lines. What are you talking about? You've got your logic all mixed up. When did the German people learn Hitler had gas chambers and was doing testing on those people? Well, everyone knew the Holocaust was happening. The specifics of what was going on in the death camps, a lot of German citizens knew that they were death camps. As for whether or not they knew about, like, the specifics of, like, the medical experiments and the Zyklon B and stuff, I think that was probably less known because it was all talked about in a hush-hush tone, but they knew they were death camps. They knew the important parts. The idea that the German citizenry were, like, unaware, total bullshit. You know, they knew. What they think was all the Jews got rounded up. They knew. Warsaw ghettos, the riots, that they knew the basics. Denazification failed? Well, that's true. Were they told the Jews were getting deported and not killed? I mean, for a little bit, that was the plan. The German government didn't say they were getting killed, but you have to exercise a bit of critical thinking, you know? The brain of the German civilian back then was basically the same brain that people have today. Evolution hasn't really taken much hold over that time period. You got to exercise a little bit of... I mean, I'll tell you what, okay? They knew the Jews were getting disappeared. Listen to the shit they were saying about Jews on the radio back in like 39 or whatever, and then wonder, you know, they knew the camps were being built. They knew they were... they knew the Jews were getting disappeared. They knew there were gigantic camps that the Jews were being sent to and not coming out of. And you turn on the radio and you hear the shit they were saying about Jews. I listen, okay? They knew. Maybe they didn't know all the specifics, but they knew. Also, evil people love to shelter themselves from the reality of what they support, you know? Trump might back off the Chinese tariffs. Glorious. President Xi Jinping, leader of the free world, skillfully negotiating his way out of another economic snafu. After bending the billionaire class in communist China to heel, uniting everyone with proletarian intent, he now turns his eye towards the West to beat off the foreign devils that attempt to interfere with China's proletarian industry. Excellent. Trump also repeated his opposition to Chinese involvement in logistics of the Panama Canal, a major trade crossing the Americas. You think that's what's going to happen? Trump's going to be like, you know, like that's going to be the virtue signal. Like you now have one less Chinese official on some administrative board overseeing the management of the Panama Canal, and, you know, just some fake bullshit like that. And he backs off the tariffs for that. Remarkable. Well, we'll see when it happens. 1 second. One more segment for release when stream ends. Unbelievable. He cucked out twice. And the thumb is like... Trump backs off Canada tariffs. Off, because I said off with the wrong number of Fs. Very embarrassing for me. Let me send that over. You know, with all the breaking news we're getting these days, it's genuinely pretty difficult to keep up with the production that you need to even, like, remotely keep appraised of what's going on. Like, it's not even just a content maximization thing, though obviously that factors into it because it's my job. But a lot of it is also, like, genuinely, so much is happening so quickly. Will you cover any of the recent internet drama? The world's falling apart. Get your head on straight. Also, what are you talking about? I did see this. We saw this earlier. DOJ threatens legal action against anyone who impedes Elon Musk's Doge work. Yeah, the executive branch, because the DOJ is, of course, an extension of the office of the president. You know, not technically, but that's what it is. Essentially saying, like, these unelected, I don't know, groiper 18-year-olds following Elon Musk around have infinite power and no one can stop them. They have no legal authority, but they do because law is actually what people with power say. With literally what authority is Doge operating? None. There's no legal pretext whatsoever. I think the White House has said that Doge is, or like Elon Musk is like a special executive agent or something like that, but there's no, like, obviously the procedures aren't being followed. Isn't the DOJ just Hegseth? No, Hegseth's the Pentagon. That's the DOD. DOJ is Pam Bondi. Sounds like crap. Well, it's not very legally compelling, I'll say. These acronyms are too similar. You've been following a politics live streamer for a few years now. You'll get a hold of it. DOJ, DOD, you'll get a hold of it. Do you think that includes ratioing him as a form of impeding? I mean, the language of this is insane. The interim U.S. attorney at Washington warned Monday his office would pursue charges against, quote, anyone who impedes the work of tech entrepreneur Elon Musk's Doge. What does that mean? Like, pursue charges? What charges? What does that mean? Anyone who impedes? Like, they're essentially saying, like, they're inventing a new law here, and the law is like, don't get in their way. Oh, shit. My microphone thing just unclenched. Get back in there. Your job isn't done. You gotta stay in and finish the fight. There we go. Good mic, didn't even clunk. Well, I'd started sliding. DOJ is on your ass. We will loosen the securing bolts of any microphones used by internet content creators who impede Doge. Many such cases. Any threats, confrontations, or other actions that in any way impact their work may break numerous laws. He did not specify which laws. Of course, of course. This is going to be such a fucking rough while. If these elections go bad enough, we might get another invasion of Ukraine. What is this, Romania? I think Ukraine could crush Romania. Romania doesn't have the sauce. Getting rougher. We already covered this. Also, he says this about fucking everything. The problem with buying TikTok isn't finding the money. The problem with buying TikTok is that they're not selling it. For me, this is one of the... This, for me, is like the big thing to watch out for, okay? If Trump's administration ever starts to threaten or actually does nationalize industries in order to bring them in line, that's like the 5-alarm fire, get the fuck out of the country right now kind of deal. You know? Remember, Adolf Hitler largely privatized, you know? We know this administration's first principle is to the shareholders. If they start going after even like business, you know, free enterprise, that'd be very dangerous. The theft of the treasury is also a 5-alarm fire. We only have so many alarms, okay? They want to get rid of OSHA? Yes, I've seen this. This very serious bill. H.R. 86, to abolish the Occupational Safety and Health Administration and for other purposes. Section 1, short title. The act may be cited as the Nullify Occupational Safety and Health Administration Act, or the NOSHA Act. Get it? Get it? NOSHA? Like NOSHA? 2. In general, the Occupational Safety and Health Act of 1970 is repealed. There you go. Very good. Very good. Who brought this? Rep Biggs. Andy Biggs, of course. Dark Gothic Gosha. See if he's tweeted about this recently. This guy's not very big on Twitter. Pretty embarrassing to be a fascist Republican legislator and not get big numbers on Twitter, considering how algorithmically tuned things are in your favor. I don't see any recent tweets about this. When was this introduced? It was introduced today. No, 1 month ago. 103, not 203. Okay, yeah. Yay. Odds on it passing? It would need 60 votes in the Senate, so probably not. If it only needed 50 votes, I don't know. Who knows? Who knows, man? Well, now I have a headache and I need to piss. I try not to piss towards the end of the stream duration because, you know, you want to finish strong, but if you have to piss, you have to piss. That's just how life is. Just a fact of the world. You can't get mad at me for it. All right. If you never stop streaming, nothing can happen because everything happens off stream. That's not even true anymore, man. Things are happening so quickly that even during my stream, we're getting more. There is an AP News live feed update from 34 seconds ago and from 13 seconds ago. Schumer, Doge is putting Americans' most sensitive information at risk. That's the least of what they're doing. Trump administration most corrupt ever, top Democrat says. That's objectively true. Senator Pat Murray of Washington State said that the Trump Doge shutdown of already approved funds for USAID and other federal programs is putting trust at the lowest level seen in a lifetime. Probably ever. Dana! Same hat. Copycat. If Doge is accessing employee payroll stuff, wouldn't that put our national security at risk via doxing CIA and other agents, etc.? Yes. Any further questions? Yeah. He's putting everything at risk. It's pretty fucking bad. Quebec solidarity ends here. My tenuous alliance with Quebec is over. Quebec government set to award new contract for Elon Musk Stargate. After, what was it, Doug Ford canceled their contract with Stargate? Quebecois contrarianism. Starlink, not Gate? Sorry, I'm very tired. Starlink, you get me. Stargate's a TV show or something. I don't know. Scientists haven't figured it out yet. Oh. Rubio names hardliner from Trump's first term to oversee USAID. Peter Marocco to carry out administrative duties for USAID. That's great. That's cool. Democrats may shut government down to keep Trump from gutting it. How would they do that? Oh, this is NY Mag. God damn it. They're going to give me opinions on things. Nothing I hate more. That's my job. OSHA inspector here might not hear from me anymore. Good night, y'all. Sorry. Can the news cycle just slow down a bit? The point of this is to overwhelm you. There's a major seismic swarm going on near Santorini, Greece. Isn't that where, like, a super volcano was getting angry or something? Emergency rescue crews to Greece's volcanic island of Santorini on Monday as hundreds of people scrambled to leave after a spike in seismic activity raised concerns about a potentially powerful earthquake. Mobile phones on the island blared with alert warnings. Banned access to some seaside areas. So what, do they think it's gonna blow? Santorini volcanic eruption. How bad would that be? Not a Yellowstone, I imagine. The earthquakes don't seem to be caused by the volcano. Well, that's good. Still could be like a big earthquake happen soon, though. Last week said they have noticed increased volcanic activity in the caldera, but they say this isn't linked to the earthquakes. Well, that's good. About 200 quakes with magnitudes between 3 and 4.9 were registered from Saturday to Monday afternoon between Santorini and the nearby island of Amargos, authorities said. Listen, all I can say, and I hope every Greek viewer of mine is watching and hears me and hears my words as I say this, okay? I pray for you that the fault opens in the direction of Turkey, okay? Let this earthquake be a seismic blast directed to your east. Okay? I am praying for you. Let the tsunami wash away. Let this feel like a seismic attack directed against them from you. One day you will reclaim Cyprus. Vosh and Turkish chatters, they know they deserve it. And when Turkey sinks, Greece can take back Istanbul. Exactly. The biggest Pan-Hellenist? I'm just a huge fan of Orthodox Christianity. Could the earthquakes trigger a volcanic eruption? Does that happen? Is that a thing? Maybe. Scientists are still trying to determine definitively whether the multiple quakes are foreshocks, smaller earthquakes before major trembler. Papadopoulos said that there was a high probability they are. Well, hopefully that doesn't happen. It's kind of all I can say right now. You know, what else can I say? What if someone is Greek and Turkish? You must have fun family reunions. Turks, when a Greek shows up at the Who Invented Homosexuality competition? No! All right. Man. I like the AP News live tags here. They have all, tariffs, and Doge. That's great. Is this a mechanism to have the U.S. government pay for American companies to buy other companies that don't toe the line? No, the sovereign wealth fund thing doesn't make any sense because America operates at a massive deficit. The point of a sovereign wealth fund is if your country is bringing in more money via taxes than it's spending via whatever, you know, you have an excess. So what do you do with the excess? You start a sovereign wealth fund, you know? You can like just sit on it, you can overinvest, you can you can send money back or whatever, but you know, a sovereign wealth fund, but America doesn't have any extra money. We don't have any. We don't have a surplus. You two coordinate that? Joe Biden signs with Hollywood Talent Agency? Yeah, this seems like the kind of thing he would do. You know, like after trashing the country, he'd be like, what if we did a documentary into my life? You know? That article isn't loading anyway. It's just as well. I'm pretty much like I'm running out of energy today. I need some sleep, man. I'm gonna read donos. If some horrible shit happens, I'll be on later tonight, but I'm gonna try to get a good sleep so that tomorrow I'm coming back at it with no headache and a bit more energy, you know? In the meantime, I'm gonna read donos. I'm gonna read them perhaps a little bit expeditiously, but it doesn't mean the love doesn't burn in my heart, you know? Tired Girly Pop and Vibrant Pico, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Likewise, Crabo Crab. Rhaegar99, thank you for the $5. The Zach of All Trades, thank you for the tier 3 sub. I really appreciate that. Genderless, Tiger Fox King, and Masagui, thank you for the tier 1 subs all. I really appreciate that. On your point about restoring the popularity of in-house craft stores? In-house craft stores. What do you think about cities implementing creative district zones? In-house craft stores. I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean. Whatever you're talking about, I support it. Unless it's bad, then I don't support it. Fishik, thank you for the tier 2 sub. My dad was crying last night because of Musk's harassment of civil servants. My parents work for USAID. Thank you for covering the situation. It's a huge deal. I'm sorry that your parents now work under Marco Rubio. That really fucking sucks. Jack the Bruce, Knotted Alpaca, and Munich Beerman, thank you for the $5 all. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. So glad I stocked up on food. Usually a good idea, I think. Ku Bechtel, Thank you for the tier 4 sub. Thank you for your service. My pleasure. Braver than the troops I am. Thank you. Davina, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Does this listing for used raw selvage denim jeans seem legit? There are a lot of raw... Wait, hold on. J-Direct Auction, unworn 100% raw denim cotton. What am I looking at right now? Can I see these pictures? What is this? What brand is this? Uniqlo? Why are you getting it used if it's Uniqlo? Uniqlo does have selvage denim. What? Sorry, I'm just trying to... This doesn't look like the silhouette of selvage denim. Is this raw? I don't think this is raw. This looks printed on. Is this the Uniqlo? Is this what it looks like? This is Uniqlo, right? Yeah, those are the Uniqlo. That's the hardware. I mean, is it legit? Yeah, Uniqlo has made raw selvage denim, and it's probably pretty good for its price point because Uniqlo tends to be relatively high quality. I just wonder about the grade of the cotton, you know? What do you want out of raw selvage denim is what I'm asking, I guess. You know, what's your interest? What aesthetic goal are you trying to achieve? I'm not questioning the authenticity, you know? Questioning the intent. I'm curious. Anyway, that dono was from 2 days ago. Davina, thank you for the $5. Woke Stotis, thank you for the $10. Some of the hobbying I'm doing to keep myself sane. Shit looks great. Look at that. That looks really good. Love the Space Dwarf stuff. Home Depot Votan. I like that a lot. It says 100% selvage in Japanese. Well, I fucking hope so. But selvage isn't necessarily good or interesting on its own. The reason selvage denim is interesting is because the looms that it's made of allow you to do interesting stuff with the fabric. Stuff you can't do with a projectile loom. So did Trump back down or win bigly? He absolutely has backed down here. He's waffling. Small Donut, thanks to tier 2 sub. Thanks for calming a paranoid trans woman in these trying times. I don't know how much I'm doing to calm you. I'm happy to do what I do, though, and I appreciate that very much. This Juan, thank you for the $10. You mentioned not investing in maple syrup just as my special order of bougie-ass maple syrup from Vermont arrived. Well, hey, listen, that's based in Vermont. Okay? So that shit's going to go through the moon. That's good. You want that. Vermont isn't real. I often feel that way. Bananable, thanks to $10. Been a while. I've lived in the UK for over a year now and was considering moving back to Canada. Fuck that. Sweden, here I come. Godspeed to the North Americans. You're not safe over there. We're gonna tariff the EU as well. We're gonna get your ass. You can't run. You can't run. Askall, thanks to $5. Now is a phenomenal time to get back into artistic creativity, any kind of hobbyism. So yeah, draw. It's good for you. Al Bieber, really happy to hear that you enjoyed visiting Vienna last month. Oh, man. I miss the coffee and the cappuccinos and stuff I had in Barcelona. Man, oh man. I did a drawing of a horse vache. That's impressive. Horses are genuinely extremely difficult to draw. It's kind of like a famous, you know, artists talk about how drawing feet is difficult, which it is. A lot of artists. You can tell in a lot of comic book art, you know, like maybe it's like an Old West setting or something. A lot of people do not know how to draw horses. I thought it was hands, not feet. Yeah, but you have to get over hands eventually, because if you can't draw hands, you can't draw people doing things. You can do a lot of art without ever drawing a foot. That's the thing. Feet are easier to draw than hands, but you can get away with avoiding drawing feet for way longer, so people tend to, you know, it's Rob Layfield shit, basically. Kesha and HD, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Tooth hurt from dentist visit. I'm sorry to hear that. Glad you went, though. It's good for you. Jake Randa, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Behold the Lady Guinevere. Ooh. Wah. Fluffy. Beep, beep. Beep, beep. Little smoke ball. Meh. Cats are such little freaks. Verona, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. But drawing feet could be far more lucrative. Pardon me for farming weird champs for a moment, but isn't it kind of weird no one talks about, like, hand fetishes? Like, if you see a hentai drawing and it's a girl and she's, like, stroking a dick with her feet and the feet are all, like, shiny or whatever, you're like, oh, that person has a foot fetish. But you see that shit with hand jobs all the time, and no one's like, oh, that's a hand fetish. It's just that we've kind of normalized the role that hands have in sex, which makes sense because you use your hands for, like, everything. It's kind of like an indication of how we think of kink in a lot of ways relates to pre-existing standards of normalcy. I wonder what people who have actual hand fetishes look like. Maybe people are wearing gloves, but it's like, are there artists out there that are drawing, like, really detailed hands with the hand jobs and I just didn't notice because I just look at that and I'm like, oh, that's a hand, you know? You know what I mean? We notice it more with the feet. I don't know. Luminaris, thank you for the $5. Been thinking recently that if Harris won, it would just give the conservatives another 4 years to consolidate power, so all this just feels inevitable, TBH. To an extent, yeah. Makes me wonder if even, like, Trump dying of old age would have been enough to, like, forestall this. Kowalski, if the Pentagon were to seize control of the federal government, would we be in a better situation? Nah, the Pentagon's controlled by Hegseth now. There's not really... He's purging all the people beneath him. Kakao Win, thanks to 513. You see Jaden Smith started his Fortress arc. It's a little funny. I saw it's a little funny. Like that one photo of the guy I love. Come on. Defoe. Willem Dafoe. Thank you. Smelody, thanks to gift the tier 1 sub. More pictures of the late kind Oliver. Hello, Oliver. You're very shiny with your little beady eyes. Ooh, homophobic. Me. He was very good. Beep beep. Very cute dog. All right, I got to move a little faster. I'm going to crash the fuck out. Gwendolyn with the $5. Still in the closet trans woman considering fleeing the country. Any thoughts on which countries would be the best bet? That's a really tough thing to ask me to weigh in on. There are a lot of complicated factors there, you know? I can't really say. Maybe I'll talk about that at some point, but I can't really say. Davena, I do think that a bunch of businesses are going to be taking time to, like, shift their supply lines out of Canada and Mexico from both sides. So there still will be consequences to this. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 10 tier 1 subs. You damn ski zoomers. What the hell? Chat, are we cooked? Press F for respect. This is more of a millennial meme, the F for respect thing, right? I feel like that's more of a late millennial thing. Chat, are we cooked is Zoomer, though, for sure. So this is like, you know, early Zoomer, late millennial. Zillennial? Not even the correct use of the meme? Well, it depends on what's going on at the ski resort, right? Sublime Object, thank you for the 20 bucks. Really appreciate that. It's not that the US is too big to fail, but it is really tough to implement a fascist regime in a country this large. Yeah, for sure, for sure. China, Russia, and India all have like varying degrees of authoritarian right-wing governments, and they all fail to meaningfully control their populations in a totalitarian way. Even in a country where the average income is as low as Russia's or China's, like even where they're not democratic, no civil society, at least not to the same extent, never been democratic, not really, like they still don't have that kind of control, which is good news, you know. I'm glad. Super chat. Super chat. Oh, dearie me, there are a lot of super chats. How terrifying. Well, never let it be said that I'm not a consummate professional, you know? Mr. Venom Fossil Draw, still alive in Galactic Moth. Thank you for the $5. Wait a second. I read some of these. Hold on. I read some of these. Didn't I? No, you didn't? Maybe I just remember them popping up, and that's what I'm thinking of. Well, maybe I didn't. Anyway, the people that I just referred to, Mr. Venom, still alive, Fossil Draws, and Galactic Moth, thank you all for the $5. I really appreciate that. God, I'm tired of all this character development. We've got a lot more to go. A lot more to go. DigitalDecay.exe, Commander Show, Mr. Venom, DJ Monotonous again. And still alive. Thank you for the $2. Look up Wellstone Action. Yeah. Know what they did. I know what they did. Moo Fins, thank you for the $5. Liberals looking to for a Democrat to save them, or doormats praying for kinder feet. Did I not respond to that? I feel like I did. I feel like I remember responding to that. No, I 100% responded to these because Benjamin donated $300 and asked me to say New Jersey sucks, Matt. 100%, I remember that. Say it again. So I guess I read some donos that day, but not all of them? I didn't get all of them. And at what point did I stop? Benjamin Gilbert Liff was getting angry at... That's why! Because I did 2 streams that day, didn't I? I did like a... Yeah, that's why. That's why it cuts off in the middle. There we go. There we go. I'm just looking... Okay, here we go. Here we go. Because there were 2 streams, but they're both labeled as February 1st. I forgot. Unexpected your own grind set. Yeah, I'm such a shit worker. It didn't even occur to me. Still Alive's and Amy G, thanks the $2 both. TK, Still Alive, and Dimitri the Wanderer, thank you for the $5 all. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. I saw an article that said some states are willing to hire any fired FBI agents into their police forces. That might be a virtue signal. I don't think that's very good for us, though. I don't really trust these FBI agents at all. I'm moving back in with my conservative middle-class parents to save money. I'm trans, but I got to do what I got to do to survive. Maybe it won't suck. You know, it's not ideal. A lot of people are in this kind of situation. It's rough. You have to make the best of it, you know? You have to try your best. That's all I can really say. It's very difficult. It's not fair. It's not fun. But you're going to try your best and try to build out a good situation, you know? You're going to try to make it better. I have coworkers worried about deportation, especially if anything happens to TPS. Any tips in organizing a workplace ICE resistance? Knowing your rights is the most important thing. And there's a lot of places you can look those up. On a state and federal level. Making sure everyone in your workplace is aware of what to do if there's an ICE raid. Stand together, record, be respectful of people's rights. You know, I'm not the best resource for that. But there are some groups that have been very active about it. Yeah, watch the AP News feed to see how many rights you have left. No. The Bad Hombre, thank you for the $2. Mexico just announced retaliatory tariffs. 1 day behind on the donations. Everything's out of date. Farsquire, thank you for the $2 $10 donos. The weird weirdo name calling needs to come back. Yerp. I'm not saying that I want to see brawls on the Senate floor after something stupid cruel is said or done, but I would cheer for it. AOC looks like a brawler. I don't know. She looks a bit waifish to me, personally. That being said, yeah, we got to bring the personal insults back. Salem Kunowiczki, Andrew Menard, and Galactic Moth, thank you for the $5 all. Why is the capitalist class okay with the tariffs? Well, I think that they're banking on Trump not actually doing them. Also, it's not just the capitalist class. It's like an elite team of mega oligarchs whose wealth stems entirely from speculation, not from like actual productive wealth. Like it's all share price, you know? And those people are delusional. Absolutely delusional. Removed from reality. DJ Nuts and the D-Low and Void Zero, thank you for the $10 both. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. It'd be hard to overstate the significance of this response. It's people being happy about Trudeau's response to the tariffs, but now the tariffs aren't happening for at least a month. So it's people. Joan and Bay Photo with the $5. Washington State is proud to be Canada's left shoe. We might have to wait a little bit for Dark Trudeau to emerge, guys. I'm really sorry. Fenrir with the $10. France has been doing economic nationalism since its birth. See continental system under Napoleon. Also, France banned anyone from selling anything called champagne unless it's from that region. Yep. Also, they literally have like an institute of language to, you know, force French people to say like, you know, the French equivalent of like les lettres that takes the electronic passage to reach the computer rather than email or whatever, like the French translation for that, you know? Fail Sons and Galactic Moth, thank you for the $10 both. Really appreciate that. Blue State, stop buying Red State products. True. Still alive again. You've been very kind to me. And Kyle, thank you for the 10 both. You hear about the coup Elon attempted on the government? He did it and it worked. So not really an attempt, you know? Things I did so far. Distribute food at weekly food drives to the homeless. Joined a local DSA chapter. Donate to the ACLU. Wikipedia and other helpful orgs. We must resist and do our best. Yeah, 100%. Being informed on your rights really does throw, you know, it potentially throws a wrench into their operations. You got to try your best, you know? If you remove yourself from all of this, you're making it easier for them, you know? Metronomical and Galactic Moth, thank you for the two $5 donos. My dad's a meteorologist who just lost his job in the company he worked at for 30 years. They just removed their department to replace it with AI. That's great. That's great. That's fantastic. I'm really sorry. Hopefully your dad was near retiring age, or is near retiring age. Zed Spaceman and Dawson Ballard, thank you for the 7 and 5 Canadian both. I really appreciate that. You should see Pierre Poilievre's press conference from just 20 minutes ago. He sounds like Trump, really scary for Canada. Yeah, he's literally like MAGA light. He literally wore a MAGA hat. It's pathetic how cucked he is. He's literally just like the encroachment of the MAGA movement into Canada. There's no like national identity there, you know? He's a traitor to your country. Mr. Venom, Pan Spray, and Mike Evans, thank you for the $5 all. I really appreciate that. Creating an RFID dropship that has information for migrants with legal phone numbers, access cards, and safe areas around Boston. Spread the word. Well, I read it out loud. I don't know much else I can do with it, you know, to be honest with you. Don't do anything irresponsible. Steven, thanks the 5. How do I get my family to stop supporting Trump and make excuses for the racism, like the Nazi salute, and not speak against LGBTQIA? I'm autistic and trans. You probably can't. There's no guaranteed way to change the mind of a person, let alone multiple people. You have to build your own life. I'm sorry. People can have their minds changed. Maybe over time you get better at identifying why they feel how they feel, you know, why they feel the way they do, that kind of stuff. Maybe you can work on it then. But like generally speaking, just as a flat rule across the board, you got to live your own life. I'm sorry. I know it sucks. But it is what it is. GK with the 7 USD. We need a furry president, low key. No, after Elon, I think I've had enough of autism. Still alive in Velvet, thank you for the $2 both. Anarkitty, thanks the 5. CHF, you know Chris Hedges? Yes, and I've heard about this Al Jazeera interview, but I'm got a lot on my plate right now. I'm covering as much as I can. The Mike Poole Report, thank you for the two $10 donos. I really appreciate that. Wake up, people. Trump's EOs have crapped on 3 amendments so far. Musk attacks from within. People, Trump's coup is happening now. I know. I don't know what you want me to do about it. I mean, I appreciate and I agree. It's just going about it as best as we can, you know? It's important to spread the message. Just preaching to the choir here, you know? CHF or Swiss francs? Oh. Huh. Galactic Moth, the $2. Should the military step in? I don't know what you think that would do. Galactic Moth and Zach of all trades, thank you for the $5 both. What if the Sovereign Wealth Fund is a really funny way to get to communism? I don't think that's how sovereign wealth funds or communism work. James Bolt, thank you for the incredibly kind $50. As an egg, I plan on using the next 2 to 4 years to get as physically and mentally strong as possible while saving up to flee to Holland with my Dutch wife. It's over. Well, nothing's ever truly over, but for the moment, it might be a little bit on the over side of things, if you know what I'm saying. Yeah, now is a phenomenal opportunity for lovers of freedom to take their time to build themselves up as people, you know? I don't want to say stay in the closet. I don't necessarily think that. I think it's kind of a case-by-case deal. But if nothing else, life demands a lot of discipline from us right now, you know? Player Nazik and Diego B, thank you for the $5 both. No, you should not give up on your cyberpunk sci-fi project, Diego B. You got to focus on something or you're going to go absolutely crazy, you know? Hello, Finder. Thank you for the $20. I'm already seeing a bunch of Nazis lie that Trump gave Elon some magical clearance to do whatever he wants. We've evolved past fell for it again and fully into fascist apologia. Well, it has been for a while, but yeah. I mean, Trump did say that Elon can do whatever he wants. It's just that it's not legal, you know? Like, it's not a legal order. I mean, who cares if it's legal, you know? Certainly breaking the law isn't what I'm concerned about here. Galactic Moth, thank you for the $10. I don't know anything about Peter Thiel murdering a lover in Miami. I don't know anything about it. Galactic Moth, thank you. You've been very kind today. And Mike Evans, thank you for the $2 both. Really appreciate that. Mr. Venom is still alive. Thank you for the $5 both. No, Elon has no idea what he's doing. Galactic Moth, who has again been very kind with the $10. Boycott Red State products. I'm trying. Terminal Sanity, thanks to $10. So did Trump realize how dumb his tariffs were? No, I just think that he's trying to, like, carry out a bread and circus act to try to draw people's attention and cobble together a bunch of shallow, meaningless early victories that he can coast off of for the rest of the presidency, you know? Oh, he's the president that used the threat of tariffs to, you know, bend Mexico to heel or whatever. But he's doing this at great cost to the country. Galactama, thank you for the 2. Ben Williams, thank you for the £20. At a local Socialist Party meeting, UK, tonight, I asked how to combat the media. The media have always been against us. That is how it is. I convinced about half the members that we should embrace populism. People at a socialist meeting were already against populism. I don't know how you're a socialist without being a populist. I feel like that's kind of a prerequisite. Not a lot of technocratic socialists out there. Maybe it's because it's the UK and everyone over there has like a stick up their ass. I don't know. Trots, it's the UK. Prairie Fire, thank you for the $2. Max P, thank you for the 5. Really appreciate that. King Mypidian, thank you for the $10. Hi, Guy from New Jersey here, lol. Sorry. Can't wait for USD to no longer be backed as the global currency after this trade BS, lol. Hey, listen, okay? If the USD stops being the global reserve currency, at least made in America stuff will get cheaper for us, all right? Trey, thank you for the 14 Canadian. Taiwan says it'll help companies relocate to the US. Rare MAGA W, or what do you think? You mean like in response to the potential tariffs? I don't really see how. I mean, we were already trying to build chip plants here. The companies move over, maybe. I mean, he's still giving this up to China, you know? It's lip service? Yeah, I'd say. Yeah, we could just import them from Taiwan, which is what we've been doing. Vosh Cringe, thanks the 5. Nah, you can tune out if you want to. Gotta manage your mental health. Kowalski thanks the $5. Unironically call your sheriff about deportation laws in your area. Well, you probably don't have to call your sheriff. You know, but it is good to access that local information. Look up local news. Vosh cringed the $5. If I emailed you this post I made on Vosh V, would you read it? Absolutely not, no. There's nothing on earth that is less appealing to me than the idea of reading an essay post on my subreddit because someone emailed it to me. I would never do that. I haven't even read your post. Maybe the post is good. It wouldn't matter to me. Mean Vosh mode? That's not mean. That's my goddamn right. Mean as an average? Maybe. Maybe. Dark Vosh. I need a dark woke hat. I got to think about that. I wonder what trucker hat printing, like blank printing manufacturers, make large baseball caps. I'd have to think about that. How would I even get that? Oh. All right, folks. Another day of the country melting into a puddle, okay? Keep an eye on what's going on at USAID, what's going on with Doge, what's going on with the Treasury Department, because that's the biggest news right now. That's the biggest thing that's happening right now. You know? So keep an eye on that. And believe in yourself. Yeah, keep an eye on the sky too, you know, for the planes and stuff. Take care. I'll see you tomorrow. If something really bad happens, you'll see me tonight as well.